by Jahi Junction, Abuja. The milestone event promises a time of word, intense worship, thanksgiving, and spiritual invitation. Come with great expectation for blessings and breakthroughs. Hosted by Agatha and Michael Nzekwe. Announcer, 20th Anniversary Planning Committee.
From Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, this is the news at 10. Live from Channels Television. Reporting tonight, Anne Waodo.
Hello and welcome. Tonight, court rejects no-case submission filed by social activist Omoyele Sowore in alleged cyberbullying suit instituted by the Department of State Services. Former President Goodluck Jonathan challenges lawsuit seeking to bar him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. Court adjourns indefinitely suit filed by Nafiu Bala Gombe challenging the leadership of the African Democratic Congress under former Senate President David Mark. And Iran accuses the United States of choosing a reckless military adventure whenever diplomacy appears within reach, one day after both nations accused each other of carrying out attacks in the Strait of Hormuz.
On business news, Nigeria may consider rejecting World Bank loans over alleged disbursement delays, says the Accountant General of the Federation.
And on sports news tonight, Sporting Lagos are champions of the 2025-26 Nigeria National League after finishing top of the table at the Super 4 title decider in Ikene, Ogun State.
We begin tonight with judicial matters, where Justice Mohammed Umar of the Federal High Court Abuja has dismissed the no-case submission made by social activist Omoyele Sowore in the case of alleged cyberbullying of President Bola Tinubu brought against him by the Department of State Services. The judge held that Mr. Sowore has a case to answer by providing explanations to some issues raised by the prosecution as a prima facie case to be established by the prosecution. Our correspondent Emanuela Ekele reports.
Social activist Mr. Omoyele Sowore and his legal team are the Federal High Court Abuja for the ruling on his no-case submission in the case of alleged cyberbullying of President Bola Tinubu brought against him by the Department of State Service. He mingles with friends and lawyers ahead of the ruling. At the commencement of the ruling, the trial judge, Justice Mohammed Umar, held that at the stage of no-case submission, the court looks at the weight of evidence tendered before it and not at the credibility of the witness as the trial is not concluded. He further held that it will help the court if the case is not terminated at this point. Justice Umar subsequently ordered Mr. Sowore to enter his defense. In the same vein, the prosecuting counsel, Mr. Kehinde Akinlolu, relied on Section 396, subsection 6 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act to ask the court for the defendant to enter his defense immediately. Reacting to the ruling, Mr. Sowore, through his counsel, sought the permission of the judge to address him, which was granted by the court. He told Justice Umar that he's not confident that he'll get justice from the court and asked the judge to recuse himself from the trial. He alleged that the judge was playing along with the federal government to convict him and to prevent him from contesting the 2027 general election. His counsel, Mr. Marshal Abubakar, also shared this position, who pointedly told the judge of favoring the federal government in the conduct of the trial. Mr. Abubakar asked the judge to return the case file to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court for reassignment. In a brief ruling, Justice Umar ordered Mr. Sowore to file a formal application for recusal and state his grievances. The judge subsequently fixed May 19 for the defendant to open his defense and his application for recusal. Emanuela Ekele, Channels Television News.
Former President Goodluck Jonathan has challenged a suit filed by a lawyer, John Mary Jideobi, seeking to restrain him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. Mr. Jonathan, through his lawyer, Chris Uche, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, told Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court Abuja, shortly after the matter was called for hearing, that the letter of conditional appearance, a notice of preliminary objection, a counter affidavit and a written address had all been filed on May the 5th, praying the court to dismiss the case. He says they got information about the case through the media and therefore needed to file their processes urgently, going by an importance of the matter impacting on the eligibility of the former president to contest in the next election, insisting that the same matter had been decided by the Federal High Court up to the Court of Appeal. Earlier, counsel to the plaintiff, Ndubisi Okpai, informed the court that the matter was for mention, but he was just being served by Mr. Jonathan's processors, who would need more time to respond. Justice Peter Lifu subsequently adjourned the matter to May 11th for hearing of the ex-president's objection and the substantive suit. And staying with judicial matters, Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court Abuja has again adjourned indefinitely a suit filed by a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, Nafiu Bala Gombe, following a request by the plaintiff seeking the transfer of the case to another judge. Justice Nwite adjourned the matter after parties clashed over a letter written by the plaintiff to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court seeking the reassignment of the suit. At Friday's proceedings, counsel to the plaintiff, Luka Haruna, informed the court that the Supreme Court dismissed the appeal for lacking in merit and set aside the Court of Appeal's order staying proceedings in the substantive suit. The suit generated a fresh leadership crisis within the ADC following the emergence of Mr. David Mark and former Governor of Osun State Rauf Aregbesola in the party's leadership structure. That request immediately drew strong opposition from the defense team, which accused the plaintiff of attempting to frustrate the accelerated hearing earlier ordered by the Court of Appeal and upheld by the Supreme Court. And away from the courts now, the Progressive Governors Forum has expressed confidence in the ability of its chairman, Senator Hope Uzodinma, and his vice, Governor Obasani of Kaduna State, to lead the forum. Addressing a news conference after a meeting of the forum behind closed doors by the governors in Abuja, the governor of Kebbi State, Mr. Nasir Idris, explains that more than 23 governors in attendance at the meeting reiterated their confidence in Governor Uzodinma's hope to provide quality leadership.
See the chairman, our chairman, the chairman of All Progressive Congress, Progressive Governors Forum, and his deputy Senator Obasani, His Excellency Hope Uzodinma, Governor of Imo State and Governor of Kaduna State. They are our leaders. We don't have any problem. I would also, to justify what they have said and what we have said, I want to seize this opportunity to move a vote of confidence on our chairman, Hope Uzodinma, and his deputy, His Excellency Senator Obasani.
And according to Governor Uzodinma, the PGF will not bother itself with fake news, as the APC governors are currently occupied to ensure the re-election of President Bola Tinubu.
We had deliberations on the upcoming primaries of our great party, the unity of our party. We also assess the performance of our party arising from the various committees that have been set up that will soon be announced by the party headquarters that will go to the subnational levels to organize and conduct primaries. We resolve to have a more united party, strengthen our support. You recall only yesterday we submitted the expression of interest and nomination form of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to recontest this election for his second term in office. The governors of Progressive Congress are all united and resolved to support him and to field and ensure that he comes out successfully during the upcoming elections by January 2027.
In the meantime, the national president of Miyetti Allah Kautal-Hore Social Cultural Association, Mr. Abdullahi Bodejo, is pledging to mobilize votes for President Tinubu across northern Nigeria, and that's ahead of the 2027 general elections. He made this known during a visit to the All Progressives Congress Secretariat in Taraba State.
The leadership of the Miyetti Allah Kautal-Hore Social Cultural Association are at the State Secretariat of the All Progressives Congress in Taraba State, following the declaration of the national president of the association, Mr. Abdullahi Bodejo, to run for the Taraba Central Senatorial District seat. He used the opportunity to promise to mobilize votes for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu. However, he rejected the consensus arrangements in the state, vowing not to step down for anyone.
I buy form to contest. I don't buy this form to step down for anybody. I'm ready to just contest. I am here. If you see how many people welcome me for airport. Well, with this crowd, I can't step down. I don't buy form to step down for anybody. I'm ready for the field.
Meanwhile, the state chapter of the APC is promising to conduct a free, fair, and credible primary while maintaining that the exercise will be conducted through a consensus arrangement.
The APC, as you know, you are an all member in APC. You know all the regulation of this party. And we are going to have, first of all, the consensus. And if the consensus fails, we should go for direct primaries. And also, we want to say very loud and clear that those who are going to participate in the primary, they must be members who have registration.
So if somebody has told him or others that this party is going to force some people to step down, it is not true at all. Because the party has made it clear that where there are no arrangements, we go for consensus. But we want to make it very clear. There are already almost 7 states in Nigeria today who have agreed on consensus, from the governor to House of Assembly. In Bauchi, they concluded their own.
The party maintains that only members who have completed the e-registration and obtained membership cards are eligible to vote in the upcoming primaries.
The Nigeria Police Force, in collaboration with the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board (JAMB), has uncovered and disrupted a sophisticated examination malpractice syndicate during the conduct of the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, the UTME, at the College of Education in Warri, Delta State. Addressing a news conference in Abuja, the Force Public Relations Officer DCP Anthony Placis says the operation followed intelligence-led investigations into the attempt by criminal elements to compromise the integrity of the examination through technology-assisted fraud and unauthorized remote access to examination systems. In part 2, after the break, gunmen kill at least 11 persons in a midnight attack on Bassa local government area of Plateau State. Please join us again.
Feel that?
Feel what?
The crash zone.
Crash what?
The crash zone. It builds suspense, uncovers evidence, foreshadows danger. Do you feel it now?
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'll go and try and find a ladder.
You make choices every day. Your essential routine shouldn't be one of them. Start with Nivea Men Deep Body Lotion with Max-Tech, powered by Black Carbon, that gives you 48 hours moisture. Then, lock in that powerful dark wood scent with Nivea Men Deep Roll-On with Max-Tech that gives you 72 hours sweat and odor protection. Skin is for playing it smart. Nivea is for skin. Nivea Men, proud sponsors of Real Madrid.
It's up to architect Bisola and builder Brian to rebuild the city.
We'll need some help. Let's get up and go!
You need more Cowbell Choco to complete your mission.
To get up and go, give them Cowbell Choco.
For you, every day is day one. Day one for you to give 100. 100 on the track. On the road. At work. 'Cause it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
Oh. You feel that?
Feel what?
The crash zone.
Crash what?
The crash zone. It builds suspense, uncovers evidence, foreshadows danger. Do you feel it now?
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'll go and try and find a ladder.
Life is more than just living. For the Igbo man, each new day is a chance to turn his dreams into business. And for every milestone reached, life is there to be enjoyed and shared.
My name is Lady Antonia Okeke, live beer merchant here in Aba. I remember my husband do tell us story of how he did his boy in Enugu. The little training he got there helped him to establish his business. The number one challenge then, finance. But to the glory of God, we are able to be where we are now. In Aba today, you cannot talk of any young growing businessmen that are doing well in beer without first mentioning Celestine Okeke. This one boy system is all about integrity.
If you are given some goods to sell, make sure you sell them, return the money, take another one. Before you know it, you will excel.
Life always promoting Igbos and life for the Igbos.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, you're watching the news at 10 on Channels Television, broadcast. No case submission filed by social activist Omoyele Sowore in alleged cyberbullying suit instituted by the Department of State Services. Former President Goodluck Jonathan challenges lawsuit seeking to bar him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. Court adjourns indefinitely a suit filed by Nafiu Bala Gombe challenging the leadership of the African Democratic Congress under former President Goodluck Jonathan. That's under former Senate President David Mark. And court now adjourns indefinitely as Iran accuses the United States of choosing a reckless military adventure whenever diplomacy appears within reach. And back home to other stories, the National Association of Nigerian Students has formally thrown its weight behind the judgment delivered by the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, against the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, over defamatory publications against the two officials of the Department of State Services arising from the September 2024 incident at SERAP's Abuja office. Speaking in Abuja while occupying the entrance of the Federal Ministry of Justice, the president of NANS, Mr. Olusola Oladoja, says that NANS considers the judgment delivered by Justice Yusuf Halilu as a commendable reaffirmation of the sanctity of the rule of law.
Singing songs of solidarity, members of the National Association of Nigerian Students, led by their national president, Mr. Olusola Oladoja, marched to the headquarters of the Federal Ministry of Justice to state their position on the recent judgment delivered in favor of some operatives of the Department of State Services. Without mincing words, the group throws its weight behind the verdict of the court.
The judgment clearly reinforced the legal principle that freedom of expression and advocacy must be exercised responsibly, while every individual or organization possesses the constitutional right to challenge judiciary outcome through appeal. No person or institution has the moral or democratic justification to recklessly undermine the integrity of judiciary.
As critical stakeholders in nation building and democratic development, Nigerian students firmly believe that the judiciary must remain respected and protected from coordinated public discrediting of security personnel and public institutions, as they deserve fairness and protection against false allegations.
In light of this foregoing, NANS respectfully urge the Office of Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice to continue safeguarding the integrity of Nigeria judiciary system and uphold constitutional order against any action capable of undermining public confidence in the nation's legal institution.
The judgment is coming on the heels of the allegation of invasion, raid and intimidation against Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project against the two officials of the Department of State Services, thereby creating widespread public perception capable of damaging the integrity, professionalism and reputation of the affected operatives and by extension public confidence in lawful security institutions.
Plateau State is boiling over with anger and frustration following another deadly attack in Basa local government area of the state. Residents are demanding urgent government action after 11 people, including 2 pregnant women and a 3-year-old child, were killed by suspected gunmen in a community in the area. Our correspondent Percy Dabang reports.
Ngrazango community is grieving as families and residents gathered to bury 11 persons that were killed in the latest midnight attack by suspected gunmen in Basa local government area of Plateau State. At the burial ground, Mourners stand around a freshly dug mass grave as the remains of the victims of the attack were laid to their shared resting place.
2
pregnant women are among those buried, as well as a 3-year-old child, deepening the pain and outrage across the community.
The marauders entered into the communities with machetes, going from one room to the other, picking children, adults, women, macheting them to death. And that is why we are gathered here. We are here to bury them, to give them mass burial. For how long shall we continue to endure this? So I want to call on the government, particularly His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has promised that something will be done concerning the security of Plateau State. In fact, by even sending things that will track these perpetrators. So I don't know why this thing is happening this way.
I'm not happy with what is happening in Irugeland. Because at the receiving end, we the women suffered a lot. They kill our children. They kill our husband. They even kill our co-women. There is no woman on earth that has given birth to children that wouldn't want he or her child to come and take care of. But in our own case, reverse is the case.
For the youth, the repeated attack have become unbearable.
Been saying this thing that we have a high influence of terrorists in this state. The government are not doing anything about it. Even yesterday, some of the things I said, they look at it as a threat, which is, to me, I begin to feel now saying the truth in this country, it has become a problem.
As the community mourns, calls are growing louder for improved security and justice for victims. Percy Dabang, Channels Television News.
Meanwhile, the Plateau State High Court sitting in Jos has fixed June the 19th and July the 3rd this year for the commencement of the substantive hearing of the case between the people of Plateau and one Adamu Isa Al-Hassan, who is facing 6 charges, including criminal conspiracy, culpable homicide, and unlawful possession of firearms. Justice Jacob Longden fixed the dates after proceedings resumed for a case management conference and directed that all witnesses be present in court on the adjourned dates, while also ordering that the defendants be produced for hearing. During proceedings, the Attorney General of Plateau State and lead prosecutor Philemon Daffy informed the court that the prosecution had filed its case management conference form alongside the charge on April the 17th, which was subsequently adopted. Counsel to the defendant, Mustafa Shaba Ibrahim, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, had also told the court that the defense filed its response to the CMC on May the 6th, which was regularized on May the 8th, and adopted the same before the court. Justice Longden ordered that the defendants be remanded in DSS custody and granted access to a counsel of his choice pending the conclusion of investigations. The Director General of the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons, Mr. Babatunde Kokumo, says that Nigeria's porous borders, a rise in local manufacturers, and the illicit stockpile of arms are some of the causes of the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in the country. The retired police chief stated this when he addressed graduates of the Physical Security Stockpile Management course at the National Counter-Terrorism Center in Abuja.
I took time to reflect on the problems of proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Nigeria. What has actually constituted the major problem, and how do we go about? If you do not understand the problems at hand, how do you provide solutions? And I was able to identify 3 major sources of proliferation of illicit weapons in Nigeria. One, majorly, is from the porous borders. Second, could be traced to within. Artisanal producers, that is the local producers, the local manufacturers, and the third one, that became most worrisome to me, The third source of proliferation in Nigeria is hemorrhages from illicit stockpiles of arms-bearing agencies of government. The government has spent so much money acquiring these weapons. These weapons, of course, are acquired to fight the enemies. And we have discovered over time that there have been hemorrhages from such illicit stockpiles of arms-bearing agencies of government.
The Kaduna state government is planning to reform the groundbreaking ceremony for the bus rapid transit project by the end of June this year. Governor Obasani disclosed this during a meeting with officials of the France Development Agency in Abuja, where he also said the project is part of efforts to modernize public transportation in the state.
We had a meeting with the country director of French Development Agency, Mr. Jackie, as well as his deputy, Mr. Mohammed, to discuss the progress so far made on the issue of bus rapid transit, the BRT project in Kaduna. And of course, Kaduna BRT will be second in the whole of Nigeria outside Lagos, and the first in northern Nigeria. And it's conceived to be about a 24-kilometer corridor, and it will certainly make Kaduna to be one of the leading transport hubs in the whole of Nigeria.
While the French agency supporting the project with a 110 million euro facility also spoke on the matter.
I'm just coming back from Kaduna. I spent 2 days in Kaduna, and I think we have reached major milestones now to have the project on track. And as His Excellency just said, the project will be delivered on time. We will have the groundbreaking ceremony in June, and we should have the buses running in 2028 as planned.
We turn our attention to the health sector now, where the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, PVAC, is strengthening efforts to boost local pharmaceutical manufacturing in Nigeria through strategic stakeholders' engagement. During a workshop visit to the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria in Abuja, the National Coordinator of PVAC, Dr. Abdul Mokhtar, says the initiative is exploring partnerships to align regulations with the local manufacturing agenda and community pharmacy practice. According to him, the goal is to create a supportive and business-friendly regulatory environment that will accelerate growth in pharmaceutical manufacturing.
The Pharmacy Council of Nigeria is one of the key regulators, including NAFDAC and SOM. So we're here really to see how we can work together to forge further collaboration, to be able to support our manufacturers, to make sure that the regulations that are being put in place by PCN are business-friendly. They're enhancing the manufacturing agenda. PCN has really been doing a lot to improve on their efficiency. They have launched e-pharmacy regulations to regulate, all the digital practice for pharmacy, and within that, and we're looking at areas where we can also support new initiatives like compounding in the country, because it's part of like community pharmacy practice. So really whatever we're doing is really to make sure that we put in, again, we say we're building the ecosystem. You cannot have a good ecosystem without a good, efficient and professional regulatory environment. And that is what PCN is all about, and this is what we've done. And I'm sure from this meeting we'll go away with so many things that we can do together to support the Nigerian manufacturing environment.
Critical to this is the fact that we have the responsibility to operationalize the National Drug Distribution Guideline. And that's the entire healthcare value chain. And of course, that sits perfectly very well with PVAC. The issue of health technology, the IT, the e-commerce, is also an attempt to improve universal health coverage, which of course falls under the mandate of
Tiva.
Still ahead on the news at 10, Nigeria may consider rejecting World Bank loans over alleged disbursement delays, says the Accountant General of the Federation. And that's in Business News. Please join us again.
Some of life's biggest joys begin with the smallest moments, a shared laugh, a proud smile, and a playful dance full of life. That's why nourishment should fit every moment, so you're always ready. Maltina, nourishment fit for you. Nourishing minds, sharing happiness for 50 years.
My baba, they always say, for market, every day gets your own wahala. Sometimes people go on scam me. But Baba say, no be by gra. You must cool down, dey sharp. Because with OPay payment, your money go enter sharp, no story. But inside market, anything fit happen. One day, we no see phone again. My Baba remember OPay USSD lock, dash *955*131#. Baba press am, lock account. From market woman to driver, from small boy to big man. Now OPay, they protect people like us. My Baba fit sell, press phone, collect POS, and still they teach me price. And when they don't tire, go just tap OPay night guard. We no fear for this our hustle life. Now OPay be the people payment shield.
Snow. Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder, and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app, and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Oh, you feel that?
Feel what?
The crash zone.
Crash what?
The crash zone. It builds suspense, uncovers evidence, foreshadows danger. You feel it now?
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'll go and try and find a ladder.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news at 10 on Channels Television. A 5-day medical outreach in Bidere community in Gukana, local government area of River State, is targeting over 5,000 beneficiaries with free medical treatments and surgeries. Organized by Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, operator of the NNPC Renaissance Total Energies joint venture, the outreach is focused on eye care services while also providing treatment in other medical areas. Our correspondent Deborah Mie-Fiberasima now reports.
The Vision First Plus outreach train of the Renaissance joint venture has now arrived Bidere community in Ogoni, with residents turning out for free medical consultations, surgeries, and treatments. Flagging off the outreach, the Vice President, Relations and Sustainable Development of Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, represented by the General Manager Health, says the initiative is part of efforts to improve healthcare access in host communities.
As part of our commitment to reaching every corner of this community, we trained a dedicated cadre of health workers. We call them vision finders. We are carefully doing this because our senior partners, the NNPC, have said we want this to be sustainable. Even as we were coming this morning, they were still met. It must be sustainable. This is not just a one-off. We will look at it. We will discuss how this can continue, at least another one like this at some time in the year or later, but it must be sustainable.
High-level representatives from NNPC Limited, Total Energies, AENR, and the Rivers State Ministry of Health, as well as the Primary Health Board, are also joining the event. These stakeholders are describing the outreach as a vital lifeline that is reaching the heart of these rural communities.
On behalf of the state, thank Renaissance Energies Africa, thank NNPC, ENI, Total Energies, and every other person that have partnered with Renaissance to bring this to fruition. Thank you for all you're doing. River State government will continue to support you. River State government will continue to partner with you.
We are directly confronting this challenge. We're restoring eyesight where it is possible, preventing avoidable blindness, and enabling individuals to live fuller and more productive lives from childhood through to our elders as well.
After the ceremony, officials toured different sections of the health center to assess ongoing consultations, treatments, and surgeries. Beneficiaries and community leaders expressed appreciation to the organizers, describing the intervention as timely.
This is a welcome development. We are happy.
I've not been in the sea with my two wives, but now I can see everybody here.
The outreach is expected to run for 5 days, with organizers optimistic of surpassing their target of over 5,000 beneficiaries. Deborah Meyer-Fiberesima, Channels Television News.
Norrin Berger Research has unveiled the Nigerian Corporate Sustainability Report, a move aimed at deepening transparency and accountability in corporate Nigeria. That report, described as first of its kind benchmarking tool, is designed to assess and track sustainability performance across publicly listed companies in Nigeria. Speaking at the unveiling of the reports in Abuja, the Group Managing Director, Mr. Tony Ede, reiterated the commitment of the firm in ensuring the report continues to be the benchmark for corporate sustainability.
Norrin Berger Research is an analytic arm of the Norrin Berger Financial Services Group, a Nigerian investment firm. The division provides periodic macroeconomic, equity, and sector-specific insights to assist individual and institutional investors. The firm is taking on the task of strengthening Nigeria's corporate sustainability by launching the Nigerian Corporate Sustainability Report, which introduces a structured data-driven framework for evaluating corporate performance across key environmental, social, and governance indicators, areas that are increasingly shaping investment discussions globally and locally.
We've noticed that ESG ensures the long-term value creation of companies, and not just ensuring their long-term value creation, but the sustainability of that value creation in the long run, right? So for companies, if any company if the objective of any company is to ensure that they remain in business and that they continue to create value and create profitability for the long run, then it's a no-brainer that ESG is the place to go. And I think that most times companies feel that implementing ESG is expensive. I think that's not true, or not totally true. Something that ESG is elitist is not, right? For ESG implementation, the company needs to be deliberate and intentional about its implementation and understands how ESG will help them enhance their ability to perform better.
The launch, themed Strengthening Sustainability Practice in Corporate Nigeria, brings together senior executives, regulators, investors, and policy leaders to discuss the growing importance of sustainability in capital allocation and business strategy.
In Nigeria, while awareness of these principles is growing, there is still significant room to strengthen both sustainability, corporate responsibility, and the quality of disclosures.
Nigeria is actually the first country to actually sign up to what we call the GEMC disclosure regime. For this is the Global Emerging Markets Committee of the International Organizations of Securities Commission.
A panel of experts discuss how the market aligns with the practice of environmental, social, and governance in Nigeria.
ESG, yes, it's a tool. It's something you can apply. It's something you work with, but it's also a framework or a tool that you use in your business operations.
So any company that is not aligning really with ESG tools then is probably limiting themselves.
The report is expected to be published annually as the firm hopes that more companies are ESG compliant by 2028.
The president of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, Mr. Festus Asifo, has been speaking on possible solutions to the present oil prices and its effect on Nigeria's economy. Mr. Asifo was speaking on our political platform, PoliticsToday. He believes that it's the responsibility of the government to look into proposed alternatives, since it's affirmed that there is no going back on subsidy.
From Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, that we had a meeting, we did an analysis of what we think government should do. While we understand that it will be tough to bring back consumption subsidy on PMS, so we actually made some level of proposals. There were two strings of proposals. One, because when things like this happen, government should think out of the box and quickly do things to assist its citizens, all right? So for us as a country, we are making a lot of money in excess of what we budgeted, all right? So today we make at least $35 or so dollars per barrel beyond what we budgeted. So what we proposed as at then, knowing and understanding that they wouldn't want to bring consumption subsidy, we were now advocating for production subsidy, that this extra $35, for example, that you are making per barrel, why don't you take half of it, for example, use it to subsidize the crude that you are giving to Dangote refinery and the modular refineries so that they will be able to produce cheaper PMS. They must come up and do something for the masses. And you will just watch your people being helpless. You will not just be watching from afar and allowing the people to continuously struggle and allow inflation to keep rising once again. The Nigerian government must not be different.
We now join Dominic Iwewu to bring us stories from the world of business.
Thank you, Anne. And on business news, Nigeria may cancel some World Bank loan agreements if disbursement delays persist beyond 6 months, and that's according to the Accountant General of the Federation. Mr. Ogunjimi made the warning in Abuja during a meeting with a World Bank delegation, saying prolonged delays are affecting project execution and reducing the effectiveness of funding arrangements. He stressed that Nigeria expects faster approval and disbursement processes, noting that the facilities are loans that must be repaid and not grants. He urged the World Bank to speed up processing timelines to ensure projects are implemented within agreed fiscal schedules. The Accountant General also called for stronger coordination and improved financial management to support ongoing reforms in public finance. Nigerians are spending a significant share of their income on internet data, with estimates suggesting nearly 1/5 of poverty-level earnings goes into staying connected online. Communications Commission. The report highlights rising data costs amid growing reliance on digital services as inflation and tariff adjustments continue to pressure household budgets. It adds that many low-income users still prioritize connectivity despite the strain, reflecting the growing importance of internet access for work, education, and daily communication. The U.S. economy added 115,000 jobs in April, beating market expectations and pointing to continued resilience in the labor market. The unemployment rate held steady at 4.3%, while hiring gains were recorded across healthcare, retail, transportation, and hospitality sectors. The latest figures came despite concerns over rising oil prices and uncertainty linked to the Iran conflict. Analysts say the stronger than expected jobs data could support the U.S. Federal Reserve's decision to keep interest rates unchanged for longer as inflation pressures persist. U.S. stock rose after the report, with investors viewing the data as a sign of underlying economic resilience. Apple and Intel have reached a preliminary agreement for Intel to manufacture some chips used in Apple devices, according to reports citing the Wall Street Journal. The deal follows more than a year of discussions between the two companies and marks a potential shift in Apple's chip supply strategy. Details on which products will use the chips remain unclear, but the move may help Apple diversify its supply chain. Intel shares surged on the news, while Apple also posted modest gains as investors reacted to the development. The domestic equities market closed higher in the final trading session of the week, driven by investor interest in Dangote Cement. Inijomekwa tells us more.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stock market report. Well, much more than what was taken out of the market yesterday. Investors have brought that into the market at the close of trade today. Today, investors brought in 3.2 trillion naira, and that has brought back the market cap 157 trillion naira level. And then, interesting also, we see that we closed at below 240,000 yesterday, but guess what? Today we're closing at 244,775.83. The all share is more than 2% in the green. Now, who are those who have done this? The Fugas lead the way today. MBN Holdings, with their audited results, exciting investors. A lot of people went in there, and so the share price is up. UBA is unchanged, but at least we know that it's not negative. GTCO looks really good. And then Access, well, an analyst had said that investors are protesting the non-payment of dividend, but it does seem like that is waning off. So it's up today as well as Zenith Bank. But the major driver today of this green color that we say, they were the major driver of the red we saw yesterday, but today it's green and it's closed at 1,088 naira. They gained more than 98 naira at the close of trade today. So congratulations to investors of Dangote Cement. And then for the weekend, we have the ball.
Thank you, Ini. Now let's take a look at how major markets wrapped up trading for today. And that's it on Business News. Back to Anne for the rest of the news at 10.
Thank you, Dominic. And outside our shores, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says that he accused the United States of opting for a reckless military adventure whenever a diplomatic solution is on the table. And this is coming just one day after both sides traded blames on the attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Hey, Simon Fuse with more international news in Around the World in 5 from our London studio.
Good evening and welcome to the channel's studios here in London with your international news around the world in 5.
They should not have done that today. We thought they might. We didn't know, but we were prepared.
US President Donald Trump says a ceasefire is still in place with Iran, despite a clash between Iran and US naval destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz, for which both sides blamed the other. The US said Iran launched missiles, drones and small boats against 3 of its warships in what it called an unprovoked attack. Trump said Iran trifled with us today. Iran's top military command, meanwhile, alleged the US had targeted an Iranian oil tanker and another vessel approaching the Strait of Hormuz and carried out aerial attacks on several coastal areas. The flare-up comes a day after Iran's foreign ministry said it was considering a US proposal to end the war. Russia and Ukraine have accused each other of violating separate ceasefires declared by each side to cover the celebrations of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. The Russian Defense Ministry reported more than 1,000 violations in the conflict zone, while Moscow's mayor said the city had been targeted by drones since the ceasefire began at midnight local time. Ukraine also said Russia had continued to strike its positions since that time. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a ceasefire for the 8th to the 9th of May, ahead of Victory Day celebrations on Saturday. Kyiv had earlier called for an indefinite truce starting on the 6th of May. Russia has warned Ukraine not to try to attack the Victory Day parade in Red Square. A cyber attack has hit several universities and schools in the United States, causing chaos, confusion and major disruptions amid the high-stakes end-of-year season. The hacking group Shiny Hunters reportedly claimed responsibility for the attack, which caused the academic software Canvas, used by thousands of schools and universities, to go offline. The cyber attacks targeted universities and schools from across the US, from California to New York. 3 people hiking on India's Mount Dukono have died after the volcano erupted on Friday morning. Videos and pictures of the eruption show the volcano located on North Maluku Island spewing a column of ash stretching 10 kilometers into the sky. The 3 victims were part of a group of 20 Singaporeans and Indonesians hiking on the mountain despite restrictions. The rest of the group was eventually located by rescuers and evacuated from the mountain. The volcano has erupted more than 200 times since last March. Officials had previously issued warnings against climbing the mountain due to safety concerns.
We've been waiting for too long now. The impeachment process must kick in with immediate effect, and that's what we're going to demand.
South African opposition leader Julius Malema has called on President Cyril Ramaphosa to resign after the Constitutional Court ruled that Parliament had violated the Constitution by blocking moves to impeach him in 2022. The judgment follows a legal challenge by Malema's economic freedom fighters and others, and could result in fresh impeachment proceedings. Ramaphosa's office said he rejects the judgment. In 2022, an independent panel said Ramaphosa may have a case to answer after burglars stole £580,000 in cash hidden in a sofa from his rural home. The theft led to allegations that he had not accounted for where the cash had come from. The president denies wrongdoing. And King Charles and Queen Camilla are among well-wishers to share a birthday message celebrating Sir David Attenborough turning 100 years old. The royal couple also shared photos of Sir David, including one of him with a young Prince Charles and Princess Anne in 1958, in which he is introducing them to Cocky the Cockatoo.
I'm standing in the middle of a frozen ocean in the Kalahari Desert.
His incredible career spans an amazing 8 decades.
Here in the South American rainforest, and here in Africa.
Starting in 1954, at the age of 28, he presented his first wildlife series from Africa.
Of natural history film.
In the 60s and 70s, he worked as the controller of BBC Two and director of programming, and was a big reason tennis balls were made the colour yellow so audiences could see them better on screen. But it is his wildlife nature documentary filmmaking that people know him best for. The veteran broadcaster and environmentalist said he was completely overwhelmed by messages he had received ahead of his big day, which included a special concert at the Royal Albert Hall in London. Sir David Beckham simply called the broadcaster our national treasure.
And that's your international news around the world in 5. Now back to the channel's studios in Lagos.
Thank you, Simon. Welcome to Sports News. Sporting Lagos have been crowned champions of the 2025-26 Nigeria National League Super 4, edging out local rivals Inter Lagos on goal difference after a dramatic final day at Remo Stars Stadium in Ikenne, Ogun State. Sporting Lagos lost 1-0 to Inter Lagos in the Lagos Derby. However, the noisy Lagosians finished top of the table with 6 points from 3 games. Inter Lagos also ended the championship on 6 points, but Sporting Lagos enjoyed a superior goal difference. Ranchers Bees beat Doma United 3-0 to finish third. All 4 teams have already gained promotion to the Nigeria Premier Football League for the 2026-27 season. Arne Slot confirms that Liverpool are headed for another League Two transition this summer as they look to address the vulnerabilities that have hampered a campaign defined by ups and downs. The club hosts Chelsea at Anfield on Saturday, currently sits fourth in the league table with 58 points. And meanwhile, Chelsea interim head coach Callum McFarlane says his team is not performing the way they should be as they are set to face Liverpool in round 36 of the Premier League. Chelsea's last victory in the Premier League came against Aston Villa on March the 4th. And that sports is back to you, Anne.
Thank you, Chris. And the main news again. A federal high court today rejected a no-case submission filed by social activist Omoyele Sowore in alleged cyberbullying suit instituted by the Department of State Services. Also today, former President Goodluck Jonathan challenged a lawsuit seeking to bar him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. And that's the news at 10 tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Anne Nwawado. Good night and have a restful weekend.
On Metrofile this week, join us at the exclusive Grand Banquet Dinner in honor of Ambassador Kayode Are in Lagos.
It's a double celebration as Venerable Akpogene Okoro marks his 60th birthday and retirement from ordained ministry.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Join us at a glamorous birthday celebration as Mr. Bushura Adedeji Alebioshu celebrates 90 years of God's goodness.
It's a befitting farewell for Madam Deborah Adeyoriola Ajanoku in Owo, Ondo State.
Hello there, welcome to your favorite Canon Channels television, Metrofile, the show that brings you the very best of glitz and glam in the world of lifestyle from across the country. As always, we're in a celebratory mood today with a lineup of dynamic celebrations. We are reaching you today from our Lagos studios. I am Ewaluwa Gumbarede, always delighted to light up your world.
Yes, from symbolic appointments to grand birthday celebrations, the lineup today is yet another exciting one. So we implore you to please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. If you are a sensitive viewer, watch out for flash photography. As you do, I am Kenny Akiwumi.
Let's begin in Lagos for a befitting celebration. In a significant diplomatic development, President Bola Tinubu has approved the posting of Kayode Are, former Director General of the Department of State Services, as Nigeria's ambassador-designate to the United States. Are is a seasoned security expert from Ogun State and is set to represent Nigeria in Washington, filling a crucial vacancy that has lasted nearly 2 years. In a grand show of support, prominent personalities, friends and family gathered in Lagos to honor his appointment, celebrating a milestone in his illustrious career.
A night of grandeur and celebration unfolds in honor of Ambassador Kayode Are as family, friends and prominent stakeholders from various sectors gather for a grand banquet, marking his successful installment as Nigeria's ambassador to the United States of America. High-profile guests arrive in style, dressed to impress for an evening of honor and celebration. The cocktail area buzzes with chatter and smiles as old friends and acquaintances reconnect. The evening progresses to the dinner proper with the arrival of the ambassador and his radiant wife.
Feels like in the sun. Well, I know now that the dream is never done. Well, I know now why it feels like in the sun. Well, I know now I'm flying higher, quicker than I did before. It's a long old road, so tell them, oh tell them what you know. Well, I know now what it feels like in the sun. Well, I know now that the dream is never done. Well, I know now what it feels like in the sun. Well, I know now. Oh, could it be that I'm flying this high? And it seems to go a whole lot quicker on that road. Oh, could it be a sign up in the sky? Oh, tell them what you know. Well, I know now what it feels like in the sun. Well, I know now.
The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sowore, delivers a warm welcome address commending Ambassador Are's appointment and expressing confidence in his ability to represent Nigeria well.
When you are asked to go and represent us there, then you know that indeed the nation expects so much. But it's not just the nation expecting so much, it's the fact that the nation also have chosen well. So first, sir, I want to commend and thank Mr. President for having chosen right, that you truly, really deserve of this appointment. Given the face and the caliber of people that are here, they know too well that you will do and you will represent us well, sir.
Tributes pour in from friends and colleagues highlighting Ambassador Are's impact and approach to public service.
Everywhere I searched, what came out about this man was so flattering in terms of the way he went about his job and the landmarks that he was creating. So I want to congratulate you, Ambassador, and wish you all the best of luck. There is absolutely no doubt that by the time you leave that office, you would have left a whole lot of landmarks that Nigerians will be proud of.
A retired Nigerian Army colonel, he served as Director General of the State Security Service from 1999 to 2007 and briefly as National Security Advisor in 2010. Ambassador Are's career progression has been a remarkable journey, from his commission as a second lieutenant in 1974 to his academic achievements, including a first-class degree in psychology from the University of Ibadan and a master's in international law and diplomacy from the University of Lagos. The evening celebration continues with more warm tributes from close friends and colleagues.
I know you will do well. God will go before you to perfect everything. They are saying it's a hard post to know. God is already there before you. I'll make sure everything is good for you. You are a worthy ambassador of the 12th course, and we're so proud of you.
I have to thank you, or thank the Lord, and thank President Tinubu that he's made you the ambassador to the US. And one thing I did was that when I heard it, I called you. I said, we know that you're the only one who can deliver the situation because of the experience you've had in handling matters of national concerns.
I ask Almighty God to continue to grant him wisdom, good health, protection, and guidance.
We'll be glad that you are there. And hey, this is America, and this is Kayode. I think your time should, really show us who you are. And I'm sure you will excel. The good Lord will be with you.
If you see Kayode out there, you never know that he does anything about, country security or whatever. You will never suspect. And I think that's the kind of person we need to go into the United States of America, and all the bad names that even all the names that Mr. Trump has been calling us, it's time that we change the narrative. And I believe we couldn't have made a better choice than you.
Ambassador Are expresses heartfelt gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for the appointment.
You can bet I'm going to be ambassador for the people of Nigeria and an ambassador for peace for the world. I'm also going to be an ambassador for business, because without investments, without funds, infrastructure funds, creativity funds, all kinds of funds that we don't know flow to Nigeria and get stopped when there's a problem. So I am going to work assiduously with the private sector, and I'm already talking to NASIMA and other entities to see how we can strengthen the business and economic relationship between Nigeria and the United States. And of course, the United States has a lot that it wants in Nigeria. So don't despair, small flags, but we shall overcome.
As the night draws to a close, past proteges and children of the celebrant share heartfelt wishes.
I think he's the right person for the job. I may be partial to that, obviously, because of my connections. But when you consider it, I do feel that he's going to be the best man for the job, because all his life he is prepared for this. He has always been a public servant, and he has always served the public and the government in all the roles that he has fulfilled.
Coming here, I will first thank our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for single-handedly picking him. He has confidence in him. He knows he can do the job. Go and look at his track record. When he was DG SSS, there is no wahala. But when you talk of somebody that is calm, good, that have good hearts, Uncle K is number one.
Congratulations to Ambassador Kayode Are. Here's to more celebratory milestones.
Congratulations are in order for Mr. Kayode Are.
Yes, speaking of congratulations, they are also in order for a distinguished venerable whose 2 decades in ministry echo far beyond the pulpit. Family, friends, colleagues, and well-wishers gathered at Our Saviour's Church to celebrate 2 remarkable milestones in the life of Venerable Akpogene Okoro, his 60th birthday and his retirement after 20 impactful years in ordained ministry. A Thanksgiving service was a fitting tribute to his unwavering dedication to the service of God, commitment to humanity, and exemplary leadership, all of which have left a lasting impact on the church and the wider community. Have a look.
The choral notes from the choristers and congregation at Our Saviour's Church, Tafawa Balewa, Lagos, echoes, carrying with it the hint of joy and celebration that set the tone for the Thanksgiving service in honor of the Venerable Akpogene Owefe Okoro's 68th birthday and retirement, celebrating years of dedicated service to the church.
Almighty God, to whom all hearts are open, all desires known, and from whom no secrets are hidden, cleanse the thoughts of our hearts by the inspiration of your Holy Spirit, that we may perfectly love you and worthily magnify your holy name, through Christ our Lord.
The wife of the celebrant, Mrs. Bernardine Evelyn Okoro, Fellow, West African Postgraduate College of Nurses and Midwives, and a retired Deputy Director of Nursing Services at the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, takes to the pulpit for the first Bible reading.
And there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times in that I'm not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure. Falling a bed of prey from the east, the man who executes my counsel from a far country, indeed, I have spoken it, I will also bring it to pass. I have proposed it, and I will also do it.
And let us not grow weary while doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. Therefore, as we have opportunity, let us do good to all, especially to those who are of the household of faith. This is the word of the Lord.
The sermon for the day elaborates on the essence of the event, celebrating the man of the moment and his years of service, laying emphasis on areas in which he touched lives.
We thank God for what He's done in your life and what He has done through you in the lives of many in this church, in this diocese, and in many other dioceses, especially your home diocese. I am God, and there is no other. I am God, and there is no one like me. The one you have served these 20 years plus the time from your father's days is the same God. He will not leave you. Don't leave him for anything, and the Lord will strengthen you.
Joined by some congregants, the Venerable steps in, accompanied by the warmth of family, for the special thanksgiving to God for years of successful service.
You have been their help in ages past, and they are all for years to come. Father, you will never forsake them. You will never abandon them. All that they need in this next level of life, you are the one who has provided in the past. Even at this time, O Lord, you will supply all their needs.
After the song for the celebrant is sung, the service gradually comes to an end.
Happy birthday. What God has joined together. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
The Hallelujah chorus signifies the end of the service.
We give glory to God. The reality is I wasn't expecting so much crowd, being a working day and a working time. But I thank God. He shows love. He shows people who are appreciative. And it's quite been an interesting journey through the ministry. And these are people I've interacted with over time. And it just demonstrates how we care for one another, how we show the love of Christ.
With my own medical experience, I'm a fellow in NANS. I will support him in his charity way. As they preach in the service today, both in the rural area, those in need, and even in local churches. We support him. That is his dream. And I pray God help him to actualize the dream, and at the same time, God grant him good health to actualize that dream. In Jesus' name.
The final lap of the celebrations are ushered in with energetic tunes and dancing. The Venerable Akpogene Owoefe Okoro, a distinguished ICT professional and devoted servant of God, has retired from active clerical assignment after a remarkable 20-year journey in ordained ministry. Born on April 2, 1958 in Enwe, Delta State, he was shaped by his Christian upbringing and academic excellence in computer science from the University of Lagos. With a career spanning over 3 decades in ICT, he held key positions in notable organizations, including the United Bank for Africa, First Bank, and IGI PLC before founding IT&T Solutions Limited in 2013. His ordination as deacon in 2007 and priest in 2008 marked the beginning of a fruitful ministry, serving in various parishes within the Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion. He is married to Mrs. Bernardine Evelyn Okoro, and their family has been actively involved in ministry and service. The celebrant basks in the warmth and appreciation of family members as tributes flow in.
As we gather here today, we do not do so with sadness, but with deep appreciation. We celebrate a life poured out in service, a ministry marked by sincerity, and a legacy that will continue to speak long after this day.
The benefit I am enjoying today in their midst and their family, this man made it to happen. Today I am standing here. If I not listen to him as a father, then I don't know where my relationship with the people of Marine Beach will have been today. For your humility and obedience to the will of God, I want to thank God for you.
The high point of the celebration follows the cutting of the cake, marking a sweet end to a memorable day.
Give me S, and everybody say Jesus.
The Venerable Akpogene Owoefe Okoro, beaming with pride, shares this moment with his loving wife, Mrs. Bernardine Evelyn Okoro, and their family as they look back on a life of dedication and service. The Venerable Okoro's legacy of faith, discipline and service will undoubtedly continue to inspire generations. With gratitude in his heart, he thanks God for the gift of life and ministry and looks forward to new adventures ahead. The celebration may have ended, but the impact of his life and ministry will live on.
His dedicated service will forever be etched in the church's memory.
Very much so. We continue in Lagos to honor a man who has established himself as a pillar of wisdom and service, earning admiration and respect across political, social, cultural, and business circles. We are celebrating a true icon, Otumba Bushura Adedeji Alebiosu, affectionately known as the Bush of Africa. His 90th birthday milestone drew an impressive gathering of dignitaries, friends, and admirers to Lagos for a day of jubilation, reflection, and gratitude. Born on April the 24th, 1936, Otumba Alebiosu' remarkable life is a testament to resilience, visionary leadership, and an unrelenting passion for community and national development. Join us as we honor his extraordinary individual and life.
The day beams with a celebratory glow as family, dignitaries, and cherished friends arrive for a momentous celebration. The 90th birthday of Otumba Gbelebuwa of Ijebuland, Bushura Adedeji Alebiosu, fondly revered as Bush. Cultural displays by the dance troupes add to the radiant atmosphere as guests dressed in themed colors of white and blue usher their way in. The hall buzzes with high-profile guests a clear reflection of the celebrants' towering influence. Widely regarded as a pillar of progressive politics, grassroots leadership and institutional stability in Lagos State and Nigeria, his legacy commands respect across all levels. It's therefore no surprise that the gathering attracts the creme de la creme of society, including the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Sounds of praise echo in the hall as the nonagenarian makes his grand entrance, surrounded by his beloved family. In his goodwill message, the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, lauds the celebrant as a titan who continues to serve as an inspiration to many around him.
We want to thank God for his life. We want to thank God for who he has been. We want to thank God for his children. We want to thank God for his political lineage. We want to thank God that his roots have not forgotten him. You can see how many Otumbas have turned up here to come and honor their chairman in council, to come and pay homage to him. And that Baba will always serve that which we know him to serve well. Give you an unbiased, sincere, and real political advice at all times.
More heartfelt tributes continue to pour in for the man of the day, this time via a virtual presentation.
Very handsome man and soft-hearted. As soft-hearted as he was, he did not condone any nonsense. He's still like that till today. My dad was like my biggest cheerleader in education, right from a very young age.
I met Otumba in 1978 in Jakonde South, Alaji Lake Jakonde South, when we formed the UPN, Unity Party of Nigeria, in preparation for Jakonde to become governor.
He was one of those who were devoted to ensure that the party is properly run, that we follow the progressive pattern, and that democracy is entrenched, in our country.
Additional performances by the cultural troupe enrich the day's festivities. The celebrant cuts the 90th birthday cake amid a cheerful countdown.
90. Thank you.
Otumba Alebioshu, widely known as the Bush of Africa, was born on April the 24th, 1936 in Ijasi Quarters, Ijebu-Ode.
The immortal rice mill.
In 1967, he ventured into engineering and entrepreneurship, co-founding Helios Engineering Nigeria Limited. His entry into politics in 1976 under Chief Obafemi Awolowo's progressive movement marked the start of a lifelong commitment to public service. He served as councillor in Shomolu local government and later became a 2-term member of the Lagos State House of Assembly under Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. The celebrant played a significant role in the emergence and consolidation of the Justice Forum, a key political movement that contributed to the rise of progressive leadership in Lagos State. Otumba Alebioshu is a respected member of the Governance Advisory Council and continues to offer guidance rooted in experience, fostering stability, consensus building, and principled governance in the state.
I have been well tutored by a great mind. I'm blessed to have been able to learn not just politics, but the rules of life from him.
We're celebrating a fantastic man celebrating 90 years. So we wish him long life, more years, good health, more prosperity, and more dancing.
The occasion concludes on a high note as Fuji music icon Wasiu Ayinde, popularly known as K1 The Ultimate, thrills guests with a captivating performance. At 90, Otumba Alebioshu's life reflects not only a legacy but also a profound commitment to service, nation building, and humanity. A hearty congratulations to the Bush of Africa as he ascends gracefully to the 9th floor.
Nine decades on Earth is no small feat. Congratulations to the Bush of Africa.
Is aging gracefully. Now let's take you all the way to Owo, Ondo State, where final goodbyes were bid to an extraordinary matriarch. The vibrant celebration of life united family and friends in a heartfelt farewell to Madam Deborah Adeyoriola Ajanoku, a remarkable woman whose legacy continued to inspire those she left behind. From nights of tribute to the burial service and Thanksgiving, the 4-day event stood as a testament to a profound impact on not only the community, but also on the lives of everyone privileged to know her.
It was a glorious celebration as Madam Deborah Adeyoriola Ujayori Ajanaku Makun Ni Adetula was laid to rest. Family, friends, and well-wishers bid farewell to her in Owo, Ondo State. The series of events in her honor spanned across 4 days, commencing with a traditional dance called Ijo Ajabwe in Owo language. The 4-day event was a testament to our impact on the community as family, friends and dignitaries gathered to pay their last respects. The children Grandchildren, relations dance around the major streets of the town. The following day, a service of songs was held for Mama Ajanaku by the Women's Fellowship of the Methodist Church Cathedral, Sowore. The women presented songs both in Yoruba and Owo dialect to honor a woman who was considered a mother to many and fondly called Mama. She was their member till her death.
She's strong-willing, she's supportive, she's tenacious, she's timeless, she's trailblazing, she's treasured, trustworthy, unbreakable, unstoppable.
The remains of Mama was taken from the morgue at the St. Louis Catholic Hospital, Sowore, in the morning of the third day, conveyed by one of the frontline funeral undertakers in Nigeria. The children, family and loved ones of Madam Ajanaku Makun danced round the town and retired to her husband's residence where a wake-up service was held. The events were rounded up on a Friday with the programs of the day commencing with a solemn service. Dignitaries from all walks of life graced the occasion to pay Madam Ajanaku the last respect. Delivering the sermon at the service, the Bishop of Methodist Diocese, Sowore, Right Reverend Williams Egbetakin, emphasized that Madam Ajanaku lived a Christian life worthy of emulation.
For all those who like Chief Mrs. Deborah Adeyoriola, Ujayori Ade Ajanaku Makun, Iya Ìsàlẹ̀ Ìjọ Methodist Church Sowore, who have served her generation purposefully and known to us as a woman of integrity and faith. Her own integrity is intrinsic because God gave it to her and she claimed it.
Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa's representative, Dr. Olaide Adelami, delivered a message of condolence as the state government joined in celebrating Mama Ajanaku's life.
104 years on earth is no joke at all. And there are people who live even beyond. No one can have their trace. They just pass through the world without any impact. But such is not with our departed mother. You can testify to that with the caliber of children she left behind.
Then the thanksgiving and prayers for the children of the departed was led by the bishop.
Ọlọ́run ti ìyá wa Deborah Adéyọríọlá ní oore ọ̀fẹ́ rẹ̀, ààbò rẹ̀ tí ayé ò lè fúnni tí wọn kò sì lè gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹni bá ìsàn lògbà.
As the church service came to a close, Madam Ajanaku's remains were interred at her residence in Sowore.
Mama is an honest person. Mama is a loving mother. Mama loves everybody. Mama loves to pray. She's a prayer warrior. I can never forget Mama in my life.
The woman is great. I feel very, very happy. That's why I'm celebrating her like this. She's a very, very good woman.
For me, all that mattered was the fact that anytime I came to Sowore to visit her, she prayed for me. You know, that was the most important thing. So we were connected through that.
Thereafter, guests were hosted at the Midas Hotel and Resort for an entertaining and refreshing experience. Frontline juju musician King Sunny Ade and his band supplied melodious tunes to lighten up the event as children of the late matriarch took to the dance floor. Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa led some top government functionaries in attending the event. He delivered his condolence message, setting the tone for the tributes.
Mr. Abidapo has invited all of us. He's a very good man. And that is why we have the caliber of people that are here. So all of us, I want to thank you on behalf of the family for responding to the invitation by coming here to celebrate the life and times of Mama.
Mama was famous, good, excellent, and delivered from the quality of care she gave to her kids. That's the manifestation and attestation you are seeing today.
I grew up with Mama there. Mama was so very loving when we were growing up. She would buy so many things for us. And so Mama was such a very loving mother.
She's the matriarch of the family, and she was able to coordinate things even when the husband died.
Madam Deborah Adeyoriola Ujayori Ade Ajanaku Maku Ni Adetula was born in Owo in 1921. She got married to a renowned businessman in Owo, late Chief Jimo Ajanaku Maku. Madam Ajanaku was a full-time trader in agricultural produce, such as palm oil, cocoa seeds. During her younger years, she traveled from one community to the other around Owo to source her wares. Her business also took her to various parts of the country, including Calabar, Uyo, Aba, Onitsha, Enugu, Kaba, Kaduna, amongst others. She was a devout Christian, as she was the Iyasale of Methodist Church Cathedral, Owo. Mama was a philanthropist who impacted the lives of many people, both related and non-related. She went to be with the Lord on Wednesday, 17th December 2025, at the ripe age of 104. May her gentle soul rest in the bosom of the Almighty. And with that, we've come to the end of today's show. Thank you so much for being a part of this show. We definitely can't wait to grace your next occasion.
For more stories like this, please visit the Metrofile playlist on Channels Television's YouTube page. I'm Kenny Akiwumi. Have a magnificent weekend.
And I am Ewaluwa Gumbarede, always delighted to light up your world.
Bye for now.
Are you ready for the thrill, the grit, and the glory? Feel the energy.
This is where legends are born. Every game, every match, every moment.
Witness the passion.
From the court to the track, into the stadium, everywhere in between, we've got you covered.
Celebrate the journey.
It's not just sports, it's life in motion.
This is where every sport comes alive. Your all-access pass to the world of sports. At these times, only on Channels Television.
Coming up on Network Africa, Chad declares state of emergency in Lake Chad region after Boko Haram attacks. South Africa court rules to revive President Cyril Ramaphosa's impeachment proceedings over cash heist scandal. Nigeria and Thailand deepen relations, partner on Sustainable Agricultural Technology Learning Center. Thank you again for joining us on the program. I'm Joke Rogers here in Lagos. Begin in Chad, where the government has declared a 20-day state of emergency in the violence-hit Lake Chad region following a wave of deadly attacks blamed on Boko Haram terrorists. The decision comes after at least 26 army personnel, including 2 senior generals, were killed in ambushes, triggering nationwide mourning and intensified military operations. Government spokesperson Gassim Sharif and authorities are reviewing the worsening security and humanitarian situation in the region, citing renewed Boko Haram attacks, civilian displacement, and growing threats to people and property. In the meantime, the government is urging officials and security forces to take all necessary measures to ensure safety of residents and their property during the emergency period. President Mahamat Debi hails Nigeria for its support and coordination in ongoing counterterrorism operations. And now to Mali, where more than 30 people have reportedly been killed in attacks on 2 villages in the central region of the country, marking the deadliest assault since armed groups launched a coordinated offensive last month. Local security and administrative sources say jihadists raided the villages of Korikori and Gomosogo in the Mopti region. The Al-Qaeda-linked group JNMIM has claimed responsibility for the assaults. Security sources say the attacks were in retaliation for acts committed by the Dan-Nan Ambasogo militia, the best known of the self-defense groups set up by local communities in response to violence plaguing central Mali. The Malian army says it has conducted a targeted operation in the area where about a dozen jihadist fighters were neutralized. 19 Kenyan nationals have been killed and 32 others are still missing following their reported enlistment by Russia to execute the war against Ukraine. Speaking during a Senate committee session, Mr. Mudavadi said the number of Kenyans enlisted in the Russian military has risen to 291 from a previous figure of 250, with 2 held as prisoners of war in Ukraine and 53 others repatriated. The East African country's intelligence services estimates the figure is much higher, saying more than 1,000 Kenyans may have been recruited into the Russian military after being lured with false promises of lucrative jobs. In March, Mr. Mudavadi visited Moscow, where he held talks with top diplomats in a bid to stop the forced conscription of Kenyans into the Russia-Ukraine war. South Africa's Constitutional Court has overturned a parliamentary vote that blocked a move to impeach President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2022 over a cash heist scandal. The court rules that the National Assembly's decision on December 13, 2022 was inconsistent with the Constitution, invalid, and has been set aside. The case stems from legal challenges by opposition parties following the theft of more than $500,000 in cash hidden in a sofa at Mr. Ramaphosa's private game farm in 2020. The incident sparked allegations that the president fails to account for the source of the money, claims he has continuously denied. At the time, the National Assembly, where Mr. Ramaphosa's ruling African National Congress held a majority since lost in the last election, rejected an inquiry panel set up by a report that found he may have a case to answer for misconduct. Meanwhile, leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julius Malema, has called for the immediate commencement of the impeachment proceedings against the president, following insisting that the parliament move without delay. He notes that the EFF's chief whip is set to formalize a request to the Speaker of the National Assembly to establish an impeachment committee.
Chief whip of the EFF, because she's not here, she should have written by now to the Speaker to establish the impeachment process immediately, because we cannot wait for any longer. We've been waiting for too long now. The impeachment process must kick in with immediate effect, and that's what we're going to demand. And let's see the hand of the DA, which was with us when we were saying let's impeach. Now that they're eating bananas and apples, let's see if they will be able to talk with a full mouth.
Former President of Botswana, Festus Mogae, has died at the age of 86. According to reports, Mr. Mogae, who led Botswana from 1998 to 2008, had been in ill health for some time. In a statement last month, the government said he was receiving medical care at a hospital in the capital without disclosing the nature of his illness. Mr. Mogae, the country's third president, is widely credited with strengthening Botswana's economic management and governance systems during a period of rapid growth driven by diamond revenues. In an address to the nation, current President Duma Boko hailed Mr. Mogae as a leader who stood firmly for discipline, good governance, economic prudence, and the advancement of the nation. He has declared 3 days of national mourning, during which flags will fly at half-mast in honor of the late leader. And here in Nigeria, the federal government and the Kingdom of Thailand are partnering to establish the Thai-Nigeria Sustainable Agricultural Technology Learning Center at the Federal Cooperative College in Oji River, Enugu State. The center, expected to commence operations in July, will focus on the training of Nigerian youths in modern agriculture, improvement of catfish breeding, and aquaculture, promotion of sustainable farming technology, as well as strengthening food security and agricultural development in Nigeria and West Africa.
Great people of Thailand.
A delegation from the Kingdom of Thailand, led by the country's ambassador to Nigeria, Terapath Mongonavin, is at the Federal Cooperative College, Oji River, Enugu State, to inspect the proposed site for the Thai-Nigeria Sustainable Agricultural Technology Learning Center and engage relevant stakeholders on the preparedness of both the institution and Nigeria for the commencement of the project. The center, which begins operations in the next couple of months, will provide training for youths in modern agricultural practices, improve catfish breeding and aquaculture, promote sustainable farming technology, and strengthen food security and agricultural development across Nigeria and West Africa.
In terms of fisheries and blue economic practices, it is aligning the national policy on fisheries and aquaculture, which running between 2025 and 2029. It's promoting sustainable aquaculture systems, climate smart practices, and integrated fish production models. Now, in terms of economic growth and job creation, it supports national development plan. Now, in terms of research, training, extension, and integration, it functions as a demonstration farm. It functions as a training hub. It functions as an innovative platform.
The Thai ambassador expresses satisfaction with the level of preparedness and enthusiasm shown by the institution, approving the commencement of the project and describing it as a model for similar initiatives across Nigeria.
This project will be further developed and expanded as a model for other parts of Nigeria, and we can envisage across ECOWAS member states as well. So our visit today aims to conduct a site survey of your college and to explore concrete opportunities for practical cooperation going forward.
Other stakeholders stressed the importance of sustainability and local ownership of the project to ensure long-term benefits.
And the exit strategy, that is very important. We don't want to just put everything here and give the people or the farmers, but we hope that we have the exit strategies, institutional handovers, commercial transitions, and regional scaling. And hope that here it will be regional hub, and you will scale up for the ownership and make the strong.
After the successful of the implementations of the aquaculture's development and the Thai corner, we are thinking about expand to cover sustainable agricultures and may include a demonstration plot and of the agriculture machineries. We have the small agriculture machineries that we can provide it for the FCCO in the futures for the next phase.
Another component of the project is the establishment of a Thai corner, which will house a physical and digital library to provide students access to resources from Kasetat University in Thailand. The delegation also inspects the 22 hectares of land and available water resources designated for the commencement of the project.
In southwest Nigeria, the Lagos state government has intensified its campaign towards malaria elimination with a renewed call for residents to embrace accurate testing before treatment. The State Commissioner for Health, Professor Abayomi, says government has also reinforced its test before treatment policy across public and private health facilities, warning residents against self-medication and presumptive treatment without a proper diagnosis.
Malaria is a life-threatening, curable and preventable disease caused by parasites transmitted through the bites of infected female Anopheles mosquitoes. Records from the World Health Organization indicate that in 2024, there was an estimated 282 million malaria cases and 610 malaria deaths in 80 countries. From that figure, Africa accounts for 95% of global malaria cases, while Nigeria alone contributes approximately 27% of the global burden, making the country one of the highest malaria burden nations in the world. In Lagos, the state government is intensifying its campaign towards malaria elimination, which forms the discussion at this symposium organized by the State Ministry of Health to commemorate the 2026 World Malaria Day at the Adeyemi Bero Auditorium with the theme, Driven to End Malaria, Now We Can, Now We Must.
Our approach is multi-pronged and evidence-driven, focusing on prevention through vector-controlled interventions such as environmental management, ensuring universal access to prompt and free diagnosis.
In Lagos State, we are no longer just managing malaria, we are deliberately deploying data, digital innovation, and strategic partnerships to eliminate it.
The Lagos state government is pushing for a malaria-free society through a strategy of test, treat and track, supported by the WHO and its partners.
No longer will treatment rely on assumptions. Every suspected case will be confirmed properly and documented accordingly. Currently, malaria prevalence in Lagos State is 2.6%, a remarkable milestone for a state of this size and complexity.
The World Health Organization reaffirms its commitment to support Lagos State in scaling up intervention, building resilient systems, and ensuring that no one is left behind.
What remains is the urgency, commitment, and collective determination to finish the job.
The State Commissioner for Health, Professor Abayomi, says Lagos State remains below 2% in recent years, despite being surrounded by water bodies and coastal environment, and the effort to eliminate the disease continues.
In Lagos, it's very hard for a mosquito, a female mosquito, Anopheles, to find somebody with malaria because our malaria prevalence has gone down to about less than 2%. Ask for the evidence of your test. Let them show it to you. Let them demonstrate to you that you are positive or that you are negative.
The symposium ends with a strong collective resolve among government officials and healthcare professionals to sustain investment, strengthen surveillance, deepen community engagement, and accelerate coordinated action towards achieving a malaria-free Lagos state.
And still to come on the program. We move from agriculture to tech. A Ghanaian agri-tech startup unveils AI-powered farming robot to boost precision agriculture and productivity.
We all see the world differently, but our time zones, politics, diplomacy, and sometimes conflict all converge in one place on The World Today. The World Today brings you those headlines from around the world with in-depth discussions that help you understand the world we live in. Don't be in the dark. Catch us weekdays at 5:30 p.m. only on Channels Television. Health is wealth, and its value cannot be overestimated. That's why on Health Matters, we take the time to bring you the current trends in health, the public and private sector, primary and tertiary healthcare institutions, innovations and disclosures, from industry professionals with a view to keep you updated and informed. Health Matters on Channels Television, a network built on trust.
Welcome back. Concerns are growing over gender inequality in governance in Nigeria, where women remain significantly underrepresented in political leadership. Despite making up nearly half the population, structural barriers, violence, and even financial constraints continue to limit women's participation. A 2025 global ranking places Nigeria near the bottom, 178 out of 182 countries, highlighting the widening gender gap. Advocates are now calling for urgent reforms, including enforcing the 35% representation target under the National Gender Policy. Trailblazers like Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and former Vice President of the World Bank, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, are being cited as proof of women's leadership potential. Organizers of a national summit say inclusive governance is not optional. It's critical for sustainable development. Our Washington correspondent, Maria Bird, had a chat with coordinator of Women Empowerment for the Africa Faith and Justice Network ahead of their summit in Nigeria this week.
Sister Bernadette, we thank you for joining us. We know that this is a busy time as you all are actively preparing for your event on May 4th through the 6th. We know there's a call to action. We know that there are only 4 women in Nigerian Senate, and the call around providing at least getting to the 25-35%, and the hope for one day getting to 50% of women in Nigerian leadership within the Senate. Tell us what the hopes are for the outcome of the event. What do you hope happens as a result of this summit from May 4th through the 6th?
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you to Eucharia for what you said. We are expecting that political parties will grant access to women candidacy and create a platform for women to participate meaningfully. It's not just talking, but they will practically create platform for women to come in because we trust them. And as Eucharia said, it's not just about women for women, but women for the nation. And we are convinced, and we have evidence that when women are involved in politics, and they work side by side with men, great things happen, as we've seen in other countries. So we hope that parties will launch awareness campaigns to address gender stereotypes and promote the benefits of inclusive government. See that it is about us. It's not about women for women. Yes, women for the nation. And we also hope that to address the 2026 electoral acts, which have any acts that has adverse impacts on women or to hinder women, and that the media will create outlets to promote ways women can actually contribute to the overall development of the nation. Am I gone? So, on the overall, we hope that a creative environment will be provided that will enhance women's ability, their effort, their energy to be invested in promoting national development. And women know how it feels when people are hungry, when people are deprived, because that's their God-given talents too, that they will be able to invest that, working with men to bring about a national development.
You know, those are key pieces here. This is not just about women advocacy. This is about everyone, women, men. But as we think about the next generation and the after of this summit, what are you looking for young women, and what opportunities are you hoping that young women have to learn more about their role in politics in the country, and specifically around their place in politics in the country? Sister Bernadette?
Okay. Miss.
What are you hoping that young women are able to get out of this summit, and what do you hope that they look forward to, and how they take their place in politics moving forward?
Yeah, one of it is that young women will feel and accept the fact that they belong and that they have something to contribute. It's not out of pity. It's a right that are enshrined in the Constitution, an invitation to exercise that right. And when they do it now, even the daughters coming know that politics is for men and women, that women are not spectators. Women have something to contribute. And there are women that are capable and able. And we hope this will let them know that they're encouraged to stand up and register. But we know that there are things that will hinder them. When registration fee is going to be very high, will that put women down? That such a thing should be addressed. You know what I mean? When registration to the party politics, you have to pay so much million to register. So young ladies will wonder where would they get that money from. So this is where we are calling on government to put a control on the demands of fee for registration.
Well, Sister Bernadette, we hear the call to action. We hear the need for diversity. Sounds like you're going to have a wonderful May 4th through 6th event calling to action for more women in politics. So we thank you so much for joining us. We thank you for your time, and we thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you, Maria.
In our Africa Tech segment this week, Ghanaian Agri-tech startup 3FarmMate has unveiled Farmer, a fully autonomous AI-powered farming robot aimed at boosting precision agriculture and productivity. According to 3FarmGate CEO Clinton Anani, the robot is built to operate in challenging terrain without relying on GPS, making it suitable for remote areas.
Problem in Ghana here, especially in the food sector, is incredibly unique. We have problems across signal integrity, we have problems across land preparations, and so all those factors made us settle on the solution that we had to build something that could work for our environments. And that meant building a solution that did not require GPS, which is the common practice for most farming robots, just so we can deploy in, say, Ada in the eastern region or in Tamale in the northern region, without having to worry so much about whether or not GPS signal is available. GPS makes it much, much easier to build a robot that can move on its own. But it's expensive to use when you want to build precision robots, and its availability, especially in this part of the world, isn't as ubiquitous as we would want to make the robots self-drive in the way that we want them to.
It's efficiency that we need. And with efficiency, we cannot keep on doing our normal whole cutlass, arrangements. And if you go to advanced countries, it's technology, it's machines, it's, AI and so on and so forth. And so for a group of young Ghanaians to create something like this, I mean, it's extraordinary. It's something that is good. It's something that we need to encourage them. It's something that, the government will definitely be behind them to hopefully mass produce, through certain R&Ds.
Something like this will help us reduce the cost of labor. It will reduce the cost of labor for we, the farmers, because one of the biggest challenge that we farmers faced has to do with labor for planting. When you have to do farming, apart from preparation of the land, the most important thing that you have to do as a farmer is the issue of the planting. If you're able to get your planting right, you get everything right.
That's Network Africa. Thank you for watching. I'm Joke Rogers.
On behalf of the Progressives Governor Forum, I extend my sincere congratulations to Senator.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Foreign Dispatches, the program that takes you around the world in 25 minutes. I'm Amarachi Ubani. On the program this week, a suspected hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship off Cabo Verde prompts an international health response, with investigators examining whether rare human-to-human transmission may have occurred. Plus, in Lebanon, deadly strikes continue despite a ceasefire, with the UN warning that civilians are still living in fear as displacement grows. A suspected hantavirus outbreak aboard the Dutch-flagged MV Hondius has raised concerns about possible human-to-human transmission among close contacts on board. The World Health Organization on Tuesday said the risk to the wider public remains low, but officials are treating the incident with caution as they work to confirm the cause, trace contacts, and coordinate medical evacuations.
Off the coast of Cape Verde, the MV Hondius on Wednesday remained at anchor, kept away from the capital as authorities assessed a suspected hantavirus cluster and enforced strict sanitary monitoring. For residents and tourists in Praia, the concern is not only the illness on board, but the fear of an unknown threat reaching a small island nation that depends heavily on tourism.
We need to consider the consequences this could have on tourism. At this moment, the priority should be isolating the area and identifying the source of the problem. This won't be good for the country's image as a tourist destination.
Da nossa parte, a nível de turismo, não. Agora, vocês aqui, a população, não sei.
É óbvio que sim, porque se trata de uma situação normal, né? Portanto,
It is an unusual situation, but similar cases have happened in other parts of the world. The most important step is for health and sanitation authorities to assess the situation, follow established protocols, and reassure the public that everything is under control while investigations continue.
Sim, segundo informação que nós tudo não ouvi, que aquele barco que está...
The vessel should be kept far from the city until the situation is fully understood. Cape Verde is a small country and we must take maximum precautions against any unknown disease.
In its briefing on Tuesday, the World Health Organization said multiple confirmed or suspected cases had been identified among passengers and crew, including fatalities, and that several more people were ill with symptoms ranging from mild to critical. WHO is coordinating with countries linked to the passengers alongside the ship's operator to manage isolation, testing, and medical evacuation while limiting further spread. The ship had been carrying around 150 people on a nature expedition that began in southern Argentina in March.
This was an expedition boat, and many of the people on board were doing bird watching. They were doing, a lot of things with wildlife. So our assumption is they were infected off the boat and then joined the cruise. The cruise did stop at many different islands up the coast of Africa, and again, seeing a lot of different wildlife. On those islands, there are birds. Some islands have a lot of rodents, others don't. So there could be some source of infection on the islands as well for some of the other suspect cases. However, we do believe that there may be some human-to-human transmission that's happening among the really close contacts, the husband and wife, people who've shared cabins, etc. So again, our assumption is that has happened, and that's why we are operating and working with the ship to make sure that anyone who is symptomatic, anyone caring for patients is wearing full personal protective equipment. The medical personnel who have boarded the boat have brought additional PPE as well. So that's our working assumption.
Spain had said the ship could sail to the islands, where those on board would be treated and repatriated after Cape Verdean officials declined to grant clearance earlier this week, leaving the vessel anchored nearby. However, Canary Islands President Fernando Clavijo also pushed back against the Spanish government's decision, leading to even more uncertainty for those on board. Hantavirus is usually linked to exposure to infected rodents and contaminated dust. There is currently no vaccine or specific antiviral treatment for hantavirus infections. Treatment is supportive and based on symptoms, such as hospital care and respiratory support.
Typically, people will develop respiratory symptoms, so respiratory support is really important, particularly oxygen. Some require mechanical ventilation. So what we want, especially if patients are deteriorating, we want to make sure that they have appropriate level of care, they have intensive care, then they have respiratory support. What we our working assumption is that it is the Andes virus. It could not be, but we're assuming that it is until we determined otherwise, because we do know that in the past there has been some limited human-to-human transmission with this virus. The point being, regardless of which virus it actually is, we do know that some of the cases have had very close contact with each other, and certainly human-to-human transmission can't be ruled out.
The voyage was marketed as an Antarctic nature expedition, with berth prices ranging from $16,000 to $25,000. The MV Hondius set off from Ushuaia in Argentina, the most southern city in the world, on April 1st. From Argentina, it was on to the British territory of South Georgia, a world-renowned wildlife destination famous for its penguin colonies, and then Tristan da Cunha, the remotest inhabited island in the world.
In Lebanon, a ceasefire that began in mid-April is under renewed strain, with continued Israeli strikes and Hezbollah attacks keeping civilians on edge and slowing returns to heavily damaged southern towns. The UN says fear and danger persist despite the truce, with more people being forced to flee and aid agencies warning that shelter, healthcare and food supplies are under growing pressure.
On roads leading south, the movement never really stops. Some families are still trying to return, others are leaving again, and in communities near the border, people are weighing whether a ceasefire on paper offers safety in real life.
Civilians in the south of Lebanon and parts of the Bekaa are really living with the same fear for their lives as before the ceasefire, and more are being forced to flee. Just to recall that since the 17th of April, at least 380 people have been killed despite the ceasefire, and widespread destruction continues across large parts of the country. Insecurity continues to shape people's decisions about whether to return to their home villages or to stay put in relative safety for now. And many of the displaced are not even allowed to return by the Israeli army in areas it controls in the south.
Israel says it is targeting Hezbollah positions and acting against what it describes as threats. Hezbollah says its attacks are retaliation for Israeli bombardment. In recent days, Israel has issued evacuation warnings to residents in multiple towns and villages, urging people to move at least 1 kilometer away as its military expands operations against Hezbollah. Since April 17th, at least 380 people have reportedly been killed despite the ceasefire, and homes and public services have suffered widespread destruction across large parts of the country. Emergency workers say the risk is constant.
I want to share one clear message from Lebanese Red Cross volunteers. They are asking for protection. Every time they go on an ambulance mission, they hug each other and say goodbye to one another, unsure if they will return safely. In a normal world, Red Cross volunteers would not need flak jackets or helmets in ambulances. The emblem should protect them. But this is not a normal world. In Lebanon, Youssef and Hassan were killed while saving lives. The emblem did not protect them, nor their protective equipment.
Across Lebanon, the UN says around 1.8 million people have been uprooted by the war, and that the ceasefire has not restored normal life or guaranteed basic needs such as water, food or healthcare. And in Beirut, displaced families are still living in makeshift shelters, with rainfall this week flooding tents and worsening already harsh conditions for people whose homes were destroyed in the fighting.
The last 2 days have been the hardest. The rain flooded our tents and soaked everything. Mattresses, blankets, even our clothes. The children had to walk through the water and we have nothing dry left. Last night I didn't know where we would sleep. This isn't just hardship, it's a tragedy.
Diplomatically, Washington says it wants talks to continue. On Tuesday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said peace between Israel and Lebanon is achievable, but argued Hezbollah remains the central obstacle.
There's no problem between the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. Israel doesn't claim any land in Lebanon belongs to them. And by and large, I think a peace deal between Lebanon and Israel is imminently achievable and should be. The problem with Israel and Lebanon is not Israel or Lebanon, it's Hezbollah. Hezbollah operates from inside of Lebanese territory. They terrorize and attack Israelis, but they also are inflicting tremendous damage on the Lebanese people. The reason why Lebanon gets attacked by Israel is because of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is hiding in some house, launching rockets against Israelis, and then they get hit. So what you're seeing now is Israeli responses to either attacks or perceived threats. And this is not new. This has been going on for a very long time. What is our hope? Our hope is to engage the Lebanese and Israeli governments under our mediation at the table to achieve this. And that is having Lebanese armed forces and a Lebanese government, not just with a willingness, but with the capability to begin to challenge Hezbollah and disarm them. Because the Lebanese people are also victims of Hezbollah.
The latest conflict between Israel and Hezbollah started on March 2nd after the group fired rockets into Israel, which responded with widespread airstrikes and a ground invasion of southern Lebanon.
In Israel, anti-government protests continue to bring hundreds of people onto the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, with demonstrators demanding an end to regional military campaigns and renewed calls for elections. The rallies come amid public pressure over the government's handling of the war, the continued exemption of many ultra-Orthodox men from military service, and demands for a state commission of inquiry into the October 7 attacks.
At Habima Square, demonstrators waved Israeli flags and chanted against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Among the crowd were activists calling for an end to the occupation and a withdrawal of troops from the West Bank and Gaza.
Whatever is happening here today is a result of years and years of occupation, which under this awful government is deteriorating seriously. And the situation in the West Bank is just unbearable, unthinkable. We are Israel and the settlers are practicing actions that are similar to the worst that you can think of. They are just coming on a daily basis and getting into houses of Palestinians, stealing things. What we do is actually standing to remind everybody that what needs to be done is withdrawal from the West Bank, from Gaza, from the Palestinian areas, and just living here with other people, the Palestinian people.
The protests come as the government defends continued military action and boosts defense spending. On Sunday, Israel approved a major long-term procurement plan, including additional fighter squadrons, as part of a broader program to strengthen readiness and maintain air superiority.
Israel is stronger than ever, and Israel must always be much stronger than our enemies, Our pilots can reach anywhere in the skies of Iran, and they are prepared to do so if required. In the coming decade, we will add 350 billion shekels to the defense budget in order to manufacture these munitions in Israel and not be dependent on foreign countries.
In West Jerusalem, another group of anti-government activists marched through the streets, beating drums and chanting, accusing the leadership of dragging the country into what they described as unnecessary wars. Police later moved in to disperse demonstrators.
Like every week, we are marching here against this regime, a fascist regime that puts Jewish life above Palestinian life, that creates insecurity in the entire region and makes sure that life in Israel and Palestine is intolerable for the people here. We want this government to leave. We want real democracy and equal rights for everyone, and we want it now. For a two-state solution, we need partners, and we need partners in both sides. I am a Jew and Israeli, and I see in my government every week that they are becoming less and less of a partner for a peace process. And I can only control my own government. So I demand from my government, become partners for peace. We need stability in this region. We have been in ongoing wars for the past 3 years. Our life is crazy. We are going from siren to bomb, and we need our government to be a partner for peace.
It's the government that's acting recklessly, totally self-interested. We have a military that's under extreme pressure. Soldiers who are collapsing under the pressure. That this government has no business leading us in any war. Has no business in sending me or my friends or my neighbors or any of the citizens here to wars to risk their lives, when we've seen time and time again that they have no plans for what they have no actual plans, no way of making what they say is going to happen.
The demonstrations are part of a wider wave of anti-government protests across Israel, driven by frustrations with Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership and renewed calls for elections, as the military continues operations in the Gaza Strip and Lebanon, despite a US-backed ceasefire. Tensions have also remained high in the West Bank, where Israeli forces or settlers killed at least 759 Palestinians and 26 Israelis were killed in Palestinian attacks since the October 7, 2023 Hamas attacks, according to official figures from both sides.
When Foreign Dispatches returns in just a moment, we head to Gaza, where farmers and artists are trying to rebuild livelihoods and daily life in the shadow of war. Please stay with us.
You've seen the news, you've heard their stories.
As I see the world have gone 2 months, I told my family to just go out.
The climate crisis is here and getting much closer.
Rice, they're just dry.
So let's look at the solutions and the way forward at these times on Earth Fire.
Thanks for staying with us. In Han Yunis, farmers are trying to get back into the fields, but they said the cost of growing food has become almost impossible. With fertilizers scarce, equipment destroyed, and incomes collapsing, growers and laborers describe a struggle to produce anything at all, even as prices rise for consumers.
Across damaged farmland on the edges of Khan Yunis, tents and crops sit side by side. Farmers are attempting to resume work under conditions they describe as the hardest in years, with input scarce and costs soaring. Farming no longer guarantees stability even when crops grow, because fertilizer is either unavailable or unaffordable, and what survives in the soil often fails before it reaches market. All means of life have vanished for us. There are no ways to make a living. Costs are extremely high. We may plant crops, but they are destroyed due to the lack of fertilizers. Market price for produce has also jumped sharply, but it has not improved farmers' earnings because the expenses have risen even faster.
Before the war, our income was limited but sufficient. We used to sell a box of tomatoes for 20 to 30 shekels. Today, we sell a box for 80 to 150 shekels, yet we still cannot cover expenses.
For laborers, the problem is even more direct. For residents, the daily wage has lost its value as the cost of basic goods multiplies.
I used to work for a daily wage of 20 shekels, and we could buy everything we needed. Today, 20 shekels are not enough for anything. Any item that used to cost 1 shekel now costs 5 times more.
And for farmers displaced from elsewhere, the war has reversed entire livelihoods. Bassem Abu says he lost his land and greenhouses in Rafah and now works as a day laborer in Khan Yunis just to feed his children.
I had land and greenhouses. Farming runs in our blood. We know nothing else. Today, we beg for our needs and go to farmers to help them so we can bring food back to our children. We want to live. We do not want vouchers. We want to live.
Aid agencies say the damage goes far beyond individual farms. FAO reported that cropland damage rose through 2025 and reached about 87% by late September, reflecting repeated destruction of agricultural land and assets. Farmers say without reliable access to fertilizers, fuel and equipment, recovery will remain partial and fragile. For now, many are planting not with certainty, but with the hope that the next season will be survivable.
Meanwhile, artists are finding ways to create in the middle of destruction. In a refugee camp, one young woman who lost an eye in the war is drawing directly onto the scorched walls of her damaged home using charcoal from the rubble nearby. Dozens of artists have come together for an exhibition titled "What Survival Left Behind," turning one of the few functioning studios into a space for testimony, memory, and resilience through art.
Amid the shattered walls of her family home, young Palestinian artist Arij Al-Safin is turning loss into art. With her sketchbooks and supplies gone, she uses pieces of charcoal to draw directly onto walls blackened by shelling, often sketching eyes behind bars to reflect the suffering she lives with.
When I was struck, I was thrown away and a piece of stone hit me. A shard entered my eye, and to stop the bleeding, they had to remove my right eye. The eyes I draw behind prison bars symbolize how we, the visually impaired, are imprisoned by suffering while no one pays attention to us.
After a long period of displacement, she and her mother returned to find their home in ruins, its ceilings collapsed, its walls burnt, and all her artwork destroyed. For Arij, the damaged walls have become more than a surface. They have become a record of trauma and a way to keep going.
When we came back, my drawings, papers, easel and all my art supplies were gone. So I picked up charcoal and started drawing on the wall. I may not have paper or boards, but I still have the wall.
A short walk away, the same impulse is echoed by dozens of other artists. Inside a single studio in Burej, paintings line the walls for an exhibition called What Survival Left Behind, bringing together 64 artists to document life during the war and what it has taken from families. Some of the works focus on children and how the war has forced them into roles far beyond their age.
My painting expresses the suffering of children. They ought to be learning, but they have been burdened with responsibilities far beyond their age.
Visitors say the pictures carry a story many fear the world is moving past.
These works were poignant, reflecting the suffering of our people, the resilience of women, and the determination of our people to hold on to hope and life.
The studio's owner says the project was built through individual efforts after most creative spaces were destroyed.
This is the visual representation of the Palestinian narrative, capable of delivering a precise message to the world.
The war began after the October 2023 attack on Israel by Hamas, which Israeli tallies say killed about 1,200 people, with hostages taken. Gaza health authorities say more than 72,500 Palestinians have been killed since then. A ceasefire agreement took effect on the 10th of October 2025, but there are reports that violence has continued since.
And finally to South Korea, where long working hours and a relentless hustle culture have normalized exhaustion. Seoul's city government has staged a playful but pointed event to highlight a serious problem: chronic sleep deprivation. Hundreds gathered by the Han River for the capital's annual power nap contest, where the goal was simply to rest.
On a lawn by the Han River, sleep takes center stage. Participants arrive in costumes from royalty to animals, then stretch together in a group yoga session before doing something many here say they rarely get enough of: switching off.
I heard that the Seoul city government was hosting this fun event, so I decided to take part. Not only exercise, but sleep is also very important for maintaining good health.
The event is organized by the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and while it looks lighthearted, its message is direct. Officials say it is designed to draw attention to fatigue driven by intense work culture and poor sleep quality. South Korea is among the most sleep-deprived in the OECD. When the contest begins, eye masks go down and the park falls quiet. Officials move through the rows, checking heart rate readings as an indicator of how deeply people can relax.
It was a lot quieter than I expected, which made it a comfortable environment to fall asleep.
Scores are based on how steadily participants maintain a low heart rate before and after they drift off, with prizes for the best nap and the best costume.
I joined this unique event where you basically do nothing but sleep, and it was really nice and relaxing.
This year's contest is the third edition, after debuting in 2024 at the same Riverside Park, and organizers say it is meant to challenge the idea that rest is laziness, when for many it is a health necessity.
And that's the program today. Remember, you can catch all our top stories and more on channelstv.com. Thank you for watching. I'm Amarachi Ubani. Bye for now.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Morning Brief. I'm Kairi Okikelu.
Well, it's Friday, May the 8th, 2026, a cloudy one with possibility of rains coming through, but we hope to infect you with some warmth this morning. Welcome to your perfect morning starter on Channels Television. I am Bukola Koka.
We'll call it a blast from the past, in some sense. Former President Goodluck Jonathan is being asked to run for president yet again. It's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not even the third time. It's almost like every other month you get a call from various groups asking him to run. And yesterday was quite, well, the turnout was quite impressive from those who are described as the supporters of the former president, carrying all of the placards, asking him to declare. In fact, they said, you know what, if this mountain will not come to us, we're going to go to this mountain itself and ensure that we get an answer from you. And there you see former President Goodluck Jonathan coming out to meet the group of supporters who called to his office in Abuja, urging him to contest. Bukola, we are here again.
Yes, indeed, Kade, we are here again. And what's the name of this group? Coalition for Goodluck Jonathan. Yes, they visited him at his residence in Abuja, asking him to join the race for next year's election. Of course, Kade, you've said it. This is not the first time that we've had, you know, calls on President Jonathan to contest. Remember, at the Banner Convention that has now been validated by the court of the PDP in November 2025, there were banners calling for the president to enter the race. In fact, at that convention, those supporters of President Goodluck Jonathan had it all figured out. I think it was a Jonathan Mohammed ticket. That's the governor of Bauchi State. Last election, 2023, ahead of the last election, there were also calls for the president to contest. In fact, there were strong indications that he may be entering the race at that time, with the papers awash with headlines suggesting strongly that he was in the race. But the president, the former president, never said anything, never confirmed nor denied. Now, there are contentions to his entry into the race. Some persons had gone to court last year after the Minister of Aviation had indicated that, you know, those who are pressuring the president to contest may be in for a legal contention because of constitutional provision. And indeed, Section 137 is what they're quoting. Section 137, subsection 1B, I believe. But some are also saying that that does not in any way affect Mr. President, because at the time that he was sworn in on the first occasion, he was completing the first tenure of his principal at the time, late former President Musa Yar'Adua. And so they said it doesn't affect him because he was sworn in the second time, this time after having won an election as president. So he hasn't quite been sworn in twice as a president. And so we're waiting for the court to decide. They're also citing a court in Bayelsa that has cleared him and declared him eligible to contest. So there are questions still around his eligibility to contest as president. Now, there are reports now suggesting that a court in Abuja would hear a suit challenging his eligibility to contest the election. Now, that is just hours after Mr. President said, former president rather, said he would consult widely. Now, is that curious? Is there anything to suggest that, you know, this is a direct response to Mr. former president's intention to consult widely following pressures? It really is a dramatic twist of events. So let's see how it plays out. And of course, we should be looking into that space to find out who has initiated the suit challenging his eligibility and what their interest really is. But this is the beauty of democracy, as we see that the former president also has quite some supporters, as do other aspirants in this race, clearly.
Well, every politician would have supporters, and you can 10x, 20x those supporters, depending on how well you're able to engage the mobilization economy, if you get what I mean. But
I like that.
It's a
mobilization economy.
It's all across board, you know. It's what happens, really. But the big question is, did the former president accept to run or not? What was his response? Let's take a listen to former President Goodluck Jonathan.
Nigeria have the lowest turnout of elections in every election cycle. We have the highest voters apathy. And it shows that people are not even interested in their elections. We have the worst, the least. I've never been to a country that has the low numbers we have in terms of percentage of voters. I think INEC need to do something about it, need to study, get consultants to look at it, and what is the cause, and do something. As young people, you must be involved in the electoral process. If I ask how many of you have your voters card now, probably 50% of you don't even have voters card. And you're asking me to go and contest the election. So you must be patriotic, you must participate in the electoral process. Yes, you have asked me to come and contest the next elections. Presidential race is not a computer game. But I've heard you, and I'll consult widely. But the most important thing is in Nigeria that the young people will have hope.
The race is not a computer game. The words of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Well, some have said he's not going to run. Why are you disturbing yourself? This man doesn't seem like someone who is ready for all of that drama, all of those intrigues yet again. He said the last time out that my ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. So for someone who has said that, he doesn't seem interested. Just let him rest and become or stay as the, in quotes, emerging elder statesman that he's becoming. So we'll wait to see what the outcome of the consultations that he says he will have would be. But it's quite instructive what he said. First, about voter turnout, asking a lot of them if they have their voter cards. I wish he had allowed people respond there, because it will shock you to see the outcome of that quick survey. Secondly, fact that he said it's not a computer game. Well, what did he mean by that? Well, again, all of that points to the fact that he will probably not run. But hey, politicians never say never. So I hope that in the coming days we'll get more clarity. So we'll actually know who are the people to be looking out for. At least we're sure of Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu. We're almost sure of who the ADC will throw up. We're almost sure of who the NDC will throw up. Now, what party, if he chooses to run, will former President Goodluck Jonathan run on? Because it looks like all the other parties, Bukola, have one issue or the other.
Well, he's still a member of the People's Democratic Party.
Which of the PDPs?
Well, a member of the People's Democratic Party broadly, because I've never seen the former president in any of the meetings. So broadly, until he says, this is the group I belong to, but he's still a member of the People's Democratic Party. But, you know, what you cannot take away from him is the deference to him, consultations to him, you know, from any of the groups, even those who are not within the PDP fold. We've seen time and again presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election visit him time and again for consultation, meetings behind closed doors, possibly on the 2027 election. And so that position and influence that he wields and his capacity is a testament to his capacity to be able to offer counsel on, you know, governance and perhaps the political atmosphere. And, you know, this speaks to the continued appeals to him to run. Now, the question would now be, if he decides to run, Kadi, would it significantly alter the dynamics of, you know, the possible outcome of the 2027 election? How would it upset the votes, you know, the projections as to who gets what, who is able to secure what based on their electoral value? That is what, you know, would be interesting to see in the coming elections. That is if he decides to run. And so we'll see how that goes. But there are other matters. also coming up at the Senate this time around, Kadi.
Yes, and it's about running or not running yet again. As I said, politics...
That's at the baseline.
Yes, politics is now the big deal now, while governance is taking a lot of back seats, I should say. Well, this matter began at the Senate some days ago, where the leadership of the Senate had, meetings, closed-door sessions, and said, you know what, we're going to amend our standing order, standing rules to limit, the principal office positions to basically those who have served in this 10th Senate. That's for the coming Senate, or at least people who have served considerably before they were able to run for office. But last resort will be those who are coming for the first time. But you've had Senator Adams Oshomole almost at the jugular of the Senate president and saying, I don't think this is right. Well, we can announce to you now that the Senate has reversed its recent amendment to the standing orders, which was announced earlier on. And the decision followed a motion which was sponsored by the Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, who stated, now, here's a reason that was adduced. He stated that the amendments that were made to Section 2, Subsection 2, and Section 3, Subsection 1, called upon further legislative and constitutional review, result in constitutional inconsistencies and unintended tensions. So clearly they have consulted around, perhaps it got to the president, which should not be. So, but hey, someone would be shocked if that happened anyway. But they've consulted and they realized that this doesn't look good, this doesn't work well. But the person who has been on the vanguard, at the forefront of this, Senator Adams Oshomole, spoke to journalists just outside plenary. And he said if this had stood, then the Senate president would have had to resign himself. Well, let's take a listen to Senator Adams Oshomole.
Section 29A of the Electoral Act, all pre-election matters involved.
You need now because you think that next time, because last time, this rule of Ward 10 ranking, that's what you require. And it turned out to be the only one from the South-South, where it was Zone 2. So now if you hear that more senators will be eligible, which will broaden the competition base, and now he wants to struck it. If other people are afraid.
He said that if others are afraid, he's not afraid. In fact, he went on to say, whether you tell the truth or not, your day of death will come. So clearly, we're seeing all these tensions playing out. But that's what democracy should be about, really. If governance is at the heart of it, we can always disagree. And I really hope it's for the good of the people ultimately, and not for the good of the peasants.
Well, the Senate leader, who is himself, a lawyer, had cited reasons based on Constitution that the amendments, could result in constitutional inconsistencies and unintended tensions. I wonder if he was considering Section 52. This was, of course, brought to our attention, in the course of the week by Jeffrey, who'll be joining us soon again on the program. And what does it say? Every member of the Senate or the House of Representatives shall, before taking his seat, declare his assets and all of that. And it goes on to say, and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the oath of membership as prescribed in the 7th schedule to this Constitution before the President of the Senate, or as the case may be, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. But a member may, before taking the oath, take part in the election of a president and a deputy president of the Senate, as the case may be, or a speaker and a deputy speaker of the House of Representatives. So if all members are eligible to participate in the election of the Senate president and the speaker, and of course other principal officers, I wonder if this also means that they're eligible to stand for election in those offices. And even if that doesn't mean that they're eligible to stand for election into those offices, if they're eligible to contest, so what they say, their decision or the direction they may decide to take may impact on the choice of who the Senate president may be. And so it's a matter of influence, really, on the choice of members of the legislative arm to decide who their leader is. So definitely there are some constitutional gray areas there in the amendment of the standing rules. And so some have said that, look, and that's what we heard, the senator representing Edo North, Senator Shomole, saying earlier, that prior to their own entry into the office, they required only one term. And so the Senate president is a beneficiary of the former standing rule. But Kayode, my question now is, why did we see very little objection to the amendment at the time that it was made at that time, except from Senator Oshomole? Well, some of the considerations were made behind closed doors. So perhaps the consultations have returned to behind closed doors until they have now reached this agreement that they're reversing that amendment. And so it's an interesting development. And of course, it speaks to the beauty of democracy. We only hope that this kind of rallying and, consultation to come to an agreement can also, impact upon other issues as important as governance, as how much you're buying petrol for, as issues in the health sector, as issues in the education sector. The other day we had to consider, the return to the choice of an industrial action by FCT teachers. So really, these are more weightier issues than, contentions over, issues that have to do with who returns to the Senate in 2027 when we haven't quite resolved governance issues in this first term.
There you go. So the governance bit that happened in the Senate yesterday, besides the politics, is the further amendment of the Electoral Act. And according to the amendment that was passed by the Senate yesterday, Section 29A, particularly, says all pre-election matters involving National Assembly, State Assembly, governorship, deputy governorship will now begin at the Federal High Court, with appeals going to the Court of Appeal. This is, in some sense, according to them, meant to stop the, forum shopping or seeking of favorable rulings in different courts across the country. So that also came through. That's for governance, and this has overshadowed the amendment that is currently ongoing. Just to put that out there, so you also see that the Electoral Act is being worked on, and if it is signed into law, you may be shocked that it's not what was passed earlier on that would apply for the coming general election. So it's important to pay attention to it. Now, while a lot of these senators aren't even sure they will be the flag bearer of their parties, talk more or talk less winning the election, at least we're certain of who the flag bearer of the APC will be for the #1 position. That's the presidential position. Of course, no-brainers. The president. Yesterday, the vice president, Kashim Shettima, went on to submit the president's forms to, of course, the party, because they have to fulfill all righteousness. It's right there. Even though it's clear, we know where they're going, but they still have to purchase the forms. By the way, it was purchased for him. Still have to fill the form, submit the form. And the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, yesterday made some declarations saying that Nigeria is now working, while he spoke during the returning of the presidential nomination and expression of interest forms on behalf of the president. By the way, the president is in France. He's going to go to Kenya and Rwanda subsequently and return much later. But that's not stopping what's going on. So let's take a listen to the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, what he said yesterday.
As he seeks to lead us for another 4-year term. Through thick and thin, the President has proved his mettle and has shown the world that his capacity and resolve to pull the nation out of the world's limits and peace. Indeed, the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President has reflected on many successes of this administration. The socio-economic impacts have been phenomenal in pushing out positive results. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has delivered on the market of renewal, stability and national revival. The storms of the past years have not diminished him. They have made a fine sailor out of him. He has steered this ship through turbulent waters with courage, taking difficult but necessary decisions to stabilize the economy, restore confidence, and prepare Nigeria for a more sustainable future. Hence, our support and reason for rallying around him. The truth that sets men free As H.S. Aga said, it's most often the truth that men prepare not to hear.
A very confident vice president there, speaking after submitting President Bola Tinubu's nomination form, an expression of interest form. Of course, he's been excluded from screening by the party, so it's really a smooth sail. And we know the direction that the APC is headed as far as the presidential election is concerned. But let's get right into the papers this morning. And, of course, we have joining us Mr. Dayo Akintobi, journalist and public affairs analyst. He's right here in our Lagos studio, looking very Friday-ish. Good morning, Mr. Akintobi.
Good morning, Nigeria.
Good to see you.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
Happy it's Friday.
Happy it's Friday, but
not thank
really,
God it's Monday
not
yet.
Thank God it's
but happy it's Friday.
Well, I hope they don't come after you again after this one.
Okay.
Let's get into it now. The Vanguard newspaper leads with something different, a departure from politics, surprisingly and unsurprisingly. Of course, we see the front page there of the big picture on the front page showing the vice president after the submission of the president's interest forms for the presidency. But right under it, xenophobia. Federal government moves to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa. And there are insights beneath the caption. Economists caution against blanket sanction on South African companies targeting South African businesses, inappropriate, counterproductive. That's ascribed, of course, to the boss there at CPP, Mr. Muda Yusuf. It amounts to economic self-sabotage. That's Onyedikachi speaking. Nigeria can't afford to jeopardize future partnership with South Africa. And that's ascribed to another expert. So, Mr. Akintobi, this is still very heavy, you know. It's still at the heartbeat of the nation's considerations right now, for good reason. But is the federal government moving fast enough to ensure the safety of Nigerians in South Africa? That's on the one hand. On the other hand, are we truly getting what the real picture is as far as safety is concerned? Because on the one hand, we're hearing that you know, things are looking good. Nigerians and other African nationals are safe. But on the other hand, some persons are saying that they're not being forthright with the actual situation of things in South Africa as far as xenophobia is concerned.
Well, my view is that it's probably not as bad as it's been portrayed in the media, because primarily, you look at it, only 130 Nigerians have registered to be evacuated by the government. And when you juxtapose that against the sheer number, the population of Nigerians in South Africa, which is said to be several 100,000 strong, 130 is a minuscule amount. So it means there doesn't seem to be a sense of a clear and present danger to the well-being and lives of the majority of Nigerians in South Africa. Now, this whole notion about economic sabotage and, you know, the government, the government's reaction to what is happening, this is all a fallout of what Senator Sowore said on the floor of the Senate the other day, when he said the licenses of South African businesses operating in Nigeria should be revoked as part of government measures. Well, I'm glad the government didn't go to that extreme, because yes, it would indeed be self-sabotage, considering the number of Nigerians working for those companies, the economic benefits that derive to Nigerians from the services offered by those companies, and the fact that you know, there is a symbiotic relationship business-wise between South Africa and Nigeria. We wouldn't want to jeopardize that. So what options does the government have? I mean, they've summoned the ambassador to South Africa to come and give account for what their government is doing. A lot of blame is being put at the feet of the South African government that they've not taken enough steps to quell the violence. And remember, this is not just against Nigerians alone, it's against all foreigners in South Africa, and the indigents are simply saying they've had enough, that the foreigners have come to take away their jobs and, you know, affect their well-being and livelihood. Well, look, across the world generally, there's a growing trend of xenophobia. You see it in the UK, you see it in the US, where they've tightened visa rules, where in fact, I think America has suspended processing visas for several countries now. So it's a trend across the world generally that we all need to begin to accept as reality, that countries are beginning to feel a sense of alienation. Indigents are beginning to feel dislocated in their own countries by the influx of immigrants. And so they're beginning to stand up and hold their governments to account, to do something about the influx of immigration. To me, the long-term solution, granted, government is taking steps to evacuate people. There was also this issue about an uproar when government said you're responsible to pay your way. We'll come and evacuate you, but you have to pay for the flight. We're not going to pay. Yeah. And a lot of people thought that was unfair, that as a government that is supposed to protect the welfare and well-being of the citizens, they had a fiduciary responsibility to pay for private individuals who are on a private mission to a foreign country, who found their way there on their own dime. Government is supposed to pay for them to come back. That caused an uproar. But by and large, I think the government is taking the right steps by putting pressure on the South African government to do a lot more. South African government seems to have a laissez-faire attitude that, well, if our people are not happy with the presence of foreigners, it's okay for them to protest about it. But yeah, protest is a guaranteed human and civil right anywhere in the world, but government has a responsibility to make sure those protests do not erupt in violence, to the point where now a number of Nigerians have lost their lives, people have been injured, property has been damaged. That's government's responsibility to stop from happening while a protest is ongoing that is legitimate. So long-term solution for me, let's fix our country. If Nigeria was the way it should be, you wouldn't find 200,000-300,000 Nigerians in South Africa or in the UK. If you go to Siberia, there are Nigerians there. In the middle of minus 50 degrees cold, you'll find Nigerians there. Why? They ran away for a better life. But if our own country was good, the way it was in the 60s, in the 70s, if our country, gave hope to the youth, gave employment to the skilled, the educated, employment opportunities, if the pursuit of happiness were guaranteed in Nigeria, if there was no insecurity issues, if we had electricity and we had water and we had good roads, and I talked about it the other day on this show about the tourism potential. If you know how beautiful Nigeria is, you wouldn't bother to go to the US on vacation or go, to Scandinavia or anywhere, because we have so much beauty and nature in this country that if the country were good, nobody would want to go anywhere. The fact that you see so many Nigerians out of the country is because our leaders have not done the right thing over time. So I put the blame squarely at the feet of our leaders. That's what's happening. What's happening to Nigerians in South Africa today is because of the failure of leadership in Nigeria.
Speaking of leadership, Mr. Akintobi, Nigerian Tribune leads with that, but it's not certain. Uncertainty over Jonathan's links to 2027 presidential contest. Contesting for the presidency is not a computer game. I'll consult widely, he says, as youths rally at his residence in Abuja, adds that Nigeria has highest voter apathy, and then it's like there's this hurdle just right in front of him, lurking. Court to hear suit on his eligibility today. It's on page 4. I mean, we started the program with that. I just want to know what your interpretation is from his so-called body language, as they say, from his utterances, to run or not to run, Mr. Akintobi.
Mrs. Patience Jonathan said something a while back, and I held on to that, because the popular maxim that, yes, the man is the head of the household, but the woman is the neck, who determines which direction that head turns. So I take what women say, not with a grain of salt, but I take it with solidity. Mrs. Patience Jonathan said, we didn't leave anything behind in Aso Rock that we want to go back to collect. So I believe that. And I think that all of this dust that's been thrown up probably is to create a distraction. Because listen, the more fractionated the opposition is, the stronger the incumbent party or the incumbent in Aso Rock becomes. So already as it is, we have an Atiku in ADC, we have Obi Kwankwaso in NDC. PDP doesn't have anybody thrown up at the moment, but at least you have two divisions in the opposition. So let's assume a President Jonathan throws his hat in the ring as well. Perhaps he finds a party other than those two, maybe the PDP or somewhere else. That becomes the opposition being split into three. So you are essentially dividing the opposition votes into three different places, which strengthens the incumbent. So it could be political strategizing from the incumbent to create this kind of backdoor momentum for or a drive to encourage the president to run. My sense is that I see him as a man who has dignity and pride. And for someone who was marginalized as running a clueless government and who bowed out gracefully, I don't see him wanting to sully the reputation and cachet he has built up. And remember, he's been out of this game for 12 years. That's a long time. Essentially, he's become rusty in the political game because he hasn't stayed in the forefront of political activity in the last 12 years. We haven't heard much from him at all. So essentially, I think he's taking a backseat permanently. And that even this notion of he's going to go and consult. He had to say that because you saw the crowd there, the sheer number of people.
Wait, if he had said no, would they have mobbed him? You will run for this.
It's not impossible. You will run. You must run. You must run. So I think he was just being diplomatic. I think when he completes his consultations, my sense is that at the end of the day, he's not going to run.
But I can't resist the urge to ask, if he indeed runs, how does it upset the projections about vote distribution, considering the aspirants that we know are planning to run?
Well, indeed, it changes the calculus entirely because there are wide swaths of the country that essentially still vote ethnic, still vote religious, still vote tribal, still vote neighborhood. So, for one thing, the South-South would automatically go in his direction. Then there are people who benefited from his government. There are people who still believe that Nigeria was better during his time, that a bag of rice was 10,000 naira then, fuel was 87 naira. So there's some people from an economic standpoint who see where we are today, who would say that we'd rather take a chance on somebody who the indices of human well-being were better under his watch than they are today. So there are those who spread across the country, just from an economic standpoint, would look at him. Now, how it would affect, places like the Southeast with the Peter Obi in the race, because like I said, we're still very ethnically centered when it comes to casting our votes. So for me, the bigger thing is the fact that it will divide the opposition votes, because for sure, there will be a realignment across the country if he throws his hat into the ring. There's this issue of this court case where they're saying that this person says he's taken the oath as president twice, because he took it once when President Yar'Adua died. He took it the second time when he won in his own right, and that the Constitution forbids anyone from taking the oath 3 times. A court is going to hear that today, and I think the jury is still out. So we'll see how the court determines that, and depending on the way it goes, then we'll see what the president himself has to say after the court. It might be a moot issue. If the court comes out and says he can't run again, then there's no issue in terms of all the dust that's being raised.
All right, so great expectations there, especially from the Coalition for Goodluck Jonathan, Coalition of Youths for Goodluck Jonathan. Let's head to the Guardian newspaper now. And it takes a departure, indeed, as the Vanguard did, from politics to football administration. I know that Kayode would like this one. I don't know about Mr. Kitobi, but he should as well. He's a sports person also. NFF sit-tight syndrome. How skewed process makes life benches of football administration. I'll take that again. How skewed process makes life benches of football administrators. And you see there, a graphic illustration of what the Guardian is trying to communicate this morning. And just under the caption, you see the broken playbook, Nigeria's football governance versus global best practices. And there's also this insight, the governance gap, top-down versus bottom-up, Nigeria's flawed top-down cycle. In the football pitch-like picture telling the story, there are bits and pieces of information. Decades of live benches, skewed statutes allow some state chairmen to hold power for over 31 years. What is fundamentally wrong with football administration from the national level down to state management level?
It's the way it's structured, really. And when you said that Kayode would like this, you don't know what my view is. There's no Nigerian man, no man in Nigeria where football is concerned who is not engaged. But the bottom line is the way football administration is structured in Nigeria, the people who vote or the people who appoint or the people who put the administrators in place, they don't have constitutions or policies that put term limits on tenures of the administrators. And the voting bodies are very, very opaque and susceptible to settlement, as we do in the larger society, to where, like you said, there's one particular administrator, I think he's in either Akwa Ibom or Abia. He's held the position for 31 years as a football administrator. Now, his ideas have become archaic. His energy levels are low. He's recycling the very same ideas over and over again. And you can see the state of Nigerian football compared to other countries' football. And it's a crying shame. My heart bleeds when I see the passion that we bring to the English Premier League, and I see how our own league is sputtering. The Nigerian Football League barely has any support at all in terms of local, presence. So I put it all at the feet of the administration. In any system, which is why you have to have term limits, in any system, if the same people continue to be recycled over and over again, you have a dearth of new ideas, you have a paucity of energy, because inertia sets in over time. And as a result, you can see the outcome in the way Nigerian football is more or less on life support at the moment. And it all goes to this issue of the administrators. Now, whether we know it or not, there's actually quite a lot of money involved in sports in Nigeria. If you look at all the way from the Sports Commission to the Nigerian Football Federation, they get massive subventions from the government, from corporate sponsors, and there's no transparency or accountability as to how the money moves. In Nigeria, if you see anybody sitting tight somewhere, it's because the grass is very green where he's sitting. And
the grass is very wet, according to Mr. President.
Yeah, according to Mr. President. Okay. So, yeah, they need to break down the system and rebuild it from the beginning with constitutions that put term limits. By the time you serve 4 years, maximum maybe 2 terms of 4 years, the same way we have in the political system, it's time for you to move on and let new blood come in. So this sit-tight syndrome is not serving, it's not just football, even athletics. You see people getting to major tournaments, the Olympics, the World Championships, and they don't get their allowances, their kids are wrong sizes, there are problems. And these problems all go back to the issue of the administrators who are not doing the right thing, probably because they don't have an incentive to do the right thing, because their tenures are not in jeopardy.
And it is right there in the open. You can't keep doing the same thing. You see the results you're getting. Obviously, you're not getting the best results, and you continue to do the same thing, hoping to get
a set of people expecting to get a
different result.
Not going to happen.
I mean, I just got the latest, the jersey, the latest kit for Nigeria, and honestly, that's one of the few things that just gives you joy about the system. You wish that you could go to the grassroots and have like very good fields where you can train, watch people play. There's a proper structure. I mean, you go to other climbs and you see just how much they're interested in even the local of the localists. I'm talking about maybe tier 10, talk more of the English Premier League, which is the #1, and obviously I'm referring to England here. But it's not the same. So I'm glad that The Guardian is doing something about it. While we're talking about politics, we're going to talk about the governance of things, whether it's health, sports, and all of that. Absolutely. But Speaking of governance, Mr. Kintobi, this particular video has been making the rounds, and it shows a video of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, the 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi.
Yes.
Now, it's been described as him intervening in a dispute at the airport. So we'll just watch the video and maybe get your response and give you some sort of backstory as much as we can to what played out. So here's Mr. Peter Obi at the airport intervening in some fracas that was building up.
People like funny. You offend.
There you go. So that's a little bit of that video. Clearly, things are trying to align backstage, but this is where it started from. It's obviously Obi, according to what we understand, came down, and it looks like they were trying to clamp that vehicle, the white vehicle, right? And looks like Mr. Peter Obi came in, intervened, perhaps appealed to those who do the clamping to not to do that and allow him just go. And you could hear the driver saying, or other people saying, why didn't you clamp the van in front? Why are you trying to clamp? And clearly, if you park at the airport, maybe for too long, or they come for you. So it's quite interesting how this is being couched. But what do you make of this, Mr. Kintobi?
I've always been one who says that there should be repercussions for bad behavior. So if you parked wrongly at the airports, whether you stayed too long, you parked in the wrong place, and they want to clamp you, they should clamp you and you should pay the penalty. But where it now gets pear-shaped is if that justice is not meted out equally. Because I could hear the protest that there was a van in front, you left that one, and you want to do this one. And perhaps that was what Mr. Obi's intervention was about, which leadership is all about actually getting equal treatment for everybody. So if he was trying to appeal on behalf of the driver of the white car on the basis that the truck in front wasn't clamped, then, well, he was showing some measure of leadership there. But if he was seeking an unfair dispensation for the driver of the white vehicle, then I would draw the line there and say, that's tendentious. You don't seek favors for people who don't deserve it.
Well, you could hear the driver also saying, you see, my president has just spoken to you. If not for my president that is here, I will have shown you.
That's why I use the word tendentious, meaning that there's bias there. So that man obviously is an obedient or a Peter Obi supporter. So how do we know that Mr. Obi didn't defend him simply because he realized that this is one of my own?
He said, if my president, not for my president. But it's quite interesting that a lot of people still describe him as their president. Is that something that, I don't know, the government, the courts will frown at and say, no, there is one president?
Yes.
But he's saying, my president, or whatever the case is. There any clash there?
That's colloquial, championism, and you hear it all the time. My chairman, my senator, to people who are not. That's just, crowd encouragement, loyalty, and basically showing that I'm aligned with your aspiration. So if someone says he's my president, same way, the same thing. I can draw a parallel with where Plateau said he was forming a shadow government. And at that time I argued that it's just a term. It has no grounding in law or constitutionality. So if this person was referring to Peter Obi as my president, that's his wish. It doesn't hold any water in reality until 2027 when we go to the polls and INEC announces the final results.
And that's if he takes the oath of office. There are many contenders in the race, so we'll find out if indeed it's going to move beyond his president on the road to his presidency. That's rock. All right, Kennedy, we have just one more stop.
Well, absolutely. We have to thank Mr. Akintobi because we can go on.
Absolutely.
It's Friday and we can have you all day, literally, but we have to thank you.
No, you can't. Me, I'm going mountain. My mountain climb. You can see I'm set for
you
the
have to rub that in.
Yes, indeed. So whatever you do, try not to be tendentious.
I'll be
I'm going to Mr. Akintobi this morning. Always a delight to have you on the show. Mr. Akintobi is a public affairs analyst and a journalist that always comes through for us. Thank you for coming on.
My pleasure.
We'll take a moment now. There'll be more abundant time to speak to what's happening within the obedient movement, those who see Mr. Akintobi as their president, maybe online and in other spaces. And there's also another development that is brewing right there in that space. What's this talk all about? His expulsion from the obedient movement. Let's get further perspectives after this time out. Stay with the Morning Brief.
Every day is day one. Day one for you to give 100. 100 on the track. On the road. At work. Because it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
Africa is rising, and we are rising with her. Every day there's a new story, a new challenge, a new discovery, and a new victory. For 30 minutes, Monday through Friday, we bring these to you from Abuja to Accra and from Nairobi to Addis. Network Africa connects the dots, giving you a full picture and bringing the continent closer to you. Network Africa, weekdays at 4:30 p.m. only on Channels Television.
Know what's happening across Nigeria's various regions on Channels Television's Newsroom series. Every Monday, we bring you stories from the Southwest. And on Tuesday, the Northwest is our focus. We're in the South-South for midweek reports on Wednesday. And later in the week, the North Central takes center stage. The Southeast gets the spotlight on Fridays. And we close out the week with the Northeast on Saturday. Watch Newsroom series, 3 p.m., Monday to Saturday, only on Channels Television.
Welcome back to the program. Well, politics has been taking center stage for weeks now, and I should break it to you that it will get even more intense in the coming days when the different parties will then stage the primaries to decide who the flag bearers will be, either for the presidential elections, the governorship, National Assembly, even State Assembly. So we are in that season, actually, and it's important for you to know how to navigate this season, because things will be thrown at you left, right, and center. And we have a guide joining us on the program today. Mr. Jide Ojo, public affairs analyst, is our guest, joining us virtually. Mr. Ojo, good morning and welcome to the program.
My pleasure, Kayode. Good morning.
Well, Mr. Ojo, I wonder what is the biggest political issue for you right now that is of importance? Because if you were to rank them, you'd realize that some are just noise, for lack of a better term, or some are important to pay attention to. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has been asked to run. Some have described that as a distraction. Some say, well, it may just happen. We're seeing what is playing out with some groups saying they have expelled Mr. Peter Obi. By the way, we actually reached out to the head of the Obedient group now. The Obedient with the I, but he's yet to join us. We hope that he can join us to clear the air on that one. So wherever you look, really, you find stories. The Senate saying we're amending the Electoral Act, Section 26A, I believe, that now says all of your petitions should start at the Federal High Court. No more forum shopping and going around to get courts to hear your petition cases. What jumps at you right now? What should be the most important thing to Nigerians if you were to rank it, Mr. Ojo?
For me, to rank, I would say preparations for 2027, starting with closure of party registration, party membership registration, which comes to an end on the 10th, which is just a couple of days over the weekend, I believe. All political parties have been given till May 10th to submit their membership register, both digital and print copy of their membership register. That was very significant. Section 77 of the Electoral Act, failure to comply by May 10 means you are out of the game for 2027. That jumps at me. The other thing that jumps at me is the party primaries. You know also that the Electoral Act has given political parties registered in Nigeria till May 30th to conduct their party primaries. That is cast in stone, as it were. And those two activities are very significant for 2027. This whole defection game is neither here nor there for me. It's a recurring decimal every time we want to prepare for the next election. You'll see alignment and realignment of forces, and 2027 will not be an exception. We heard yesterday that the governor of Bauchi State is also angling to come to Senate or return to Senate. You know, he was a former senator before he became Minister of FCT, and then became governor of Bauchi State 2 times. He wants to return to Senate under the platform of APM. I heard with one here that in Oyo State, the supporters of Governor Seyi Makinde may actually be heading to APM, just like his brother governor in Bauchi. But, you know, all of this will I believe, latest by next week, we will know who is where. But the key things that jumped at me is how many political parties are able to meet the INEC deadline for submission of membership register by May 10th, which is, as I said, is in a couple of days, by Sunday. And then how many of the parties will be conducting their party primaries between now and May 30th. I know a number of parties have still have scheduled their congresses and convention for within this same period. I think NDC actually advertised that they will be having their convention tomorrow, 9th of May. I don't know how far that is true. If it is true, that's something to watch out for, because those people will be managers at the grassroots, from ward to local government to state, down to zones, and then the convention are the one that will pilot the affairs in terms of managing the nomination process, particularly the party primaries, which is coming up in due course. So a lot of these are going to happen. I'm shocked some people are still encouraging former President Goodluck Jonathan to run. And I granted an interview to a media channel yesterday, and I said this particularly to me is an agenda of some powerful elite from northern Nigeria who wanted to break the ranks of southern political heavyweight. Obviously, they feel if they get Goodluck Jonathan to run, we know Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be on the ballot. We know Peter Obi will be on the ballot. So if you have a Goodluck Jonathan on the ballot, that means 3 powerful individuals, politicians running from southern Nigeria. And we know southern Nigeria has only 17 states. So naturally, the people of South want to vote for Goodluck Jonathan. people of Southeast will want to vote for Peter Obi, and people of Southwest want to vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, assuming that the North now presents a rallying point like Atiku Abubakar, the presumption would be that the North will be able to harvest massive support for one of their own, and then divide the votes coming from southern Nigeria, and they just will be looking for where to get 25% in southern Nigeria. So my own advice to former President Goodluck Jonathan is not to run. I know there is a case in court. I don't know which judge is handling that, but I think that case is coming up for further hearing today. It was a case filed in 2025 by a lawyer. But whatever it is, whether he has the legal right to run or not to run, I would advise him not to be used and dumped, because he knows, former President Goodluck Jonathan knows within himself that he cannot win even if he runs in 2027. The reason I say he cannot win is that he's parted way with active politicking since 2015, and he has not built any political structure. So you cannot just come on the eve of a party primary and be added an automatic ticket, and you think that you are going to ride roughshod on those who have been actively involved in politics over the last 11 years, that you have been more of a statesman going to observe elections across Africa, and you have floated your own NGO, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, which you are also minding on the side. I think you should just remain focused on that, so that nobody uses and dump it, because he may suffer his worst humiliation if he decides to run. He may not be able to win Bayelsa, he may not be able to win Rivers, he may not be able to win any of the South, and that would be that would demystify him. So for me, my own unsolicited advice is, whoever is urging Goodluck Jonathan to run at this point in time in our history is not helping him. They want to demystify him. They want to humiliate him. If there is no fighting chance he will win on any political platform, even if the most popular political party offers him a free ticket, he cannot win, because he's not built any structure. And I don't know how he wants to win without a structure. But my own gut feeling, my own hunch is that some people somewhere just wanted to use him, divide the votes of the southern Nigeria, knowing full well that Peter Obi will be on the ballot. Obviously, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be on the ballot. And if he comes, that means the three geopolitical zones in southern Nigeria will be fielding heavyweight politicians as presidential candidates. And just imagine if there's just ADC or any party feels an Atiku Abubakar, a old war horse who has remained active in politics, who has built a political dynasty of sort. And we know in 2023, even with all the breakaway factions from PDP, Atiku Abubakar was able to garner 6.8 million votes across Nigeria. And you don't think that is inconsequential, because President Bola Tinubu won with 8 million votes. So there is no wide margin as such.
Indeed.
So that is my own reading of this whole politicking that's going on now.
And those possibilities about the, altered calculation, if indeed former President Jonathan decides to run, those new calculations are certainly things that cannot be ignored. And we hope those who are consulting him to, appealing to him to run are also considering those possibilities. But you indeed touched on a significant development earlier when you hinted that the governor of Oyo State may also be now considering a move to the APM, as his colleague, the governor of Bauchi State, has done, with plans to further a senatorial ambition. If that is the case, it may now look like, we're leaving this contended, structure to the weaker group of the PDP. And so if that is the case, what does this mean for the plan B, plan C that has been hinted at by the Saminu Turaki-led group of the PDP, that if this, if we're unable to get through with this, this is what our we have other alternative plans that they have chosen not to disclose. What does this mean for the PDP, the opposition party, the People's Democratic Party?
Well, sincerely, I treat anyone who wants to go and stake his money to buy nomination from under PDP. I seriously will think the person, as it were, and you could listen to the threat of Yeson Wike a couple of days back, where he said, if the Turaki faction opens any office in Abuja, it's going to shut down that office. If they open bank accounts, it's going to ensure that those bank accounts or that bank account is frozen. And it's not an empty threat. We know Wike for who he is. He's a talking ado, as they say in Edo. Somebody who talks and do. Even though you may not like his style of politics, he tells you what he's going to do and he will go ahead and do it. So anyone wanting to buy nomination from under PDP at this point, and the two factions are selling nomination form. The Turaki faction is selling nomination form. The Wike faction are saying they are also selling nomination form. So, of course, INEC has remained neutral, not to be dragged into this politics. I don't think INEC has removed the names of the Wike faction, that's Abdurrahman Mohammed and Anyawu, from being the authentic National Working Committee of PDP. But with that contention not having been laid to rest, I think it would be too much of a risk for anybody to go and buy nomination from there. And you see why I said earlier on that May 10 is very significant for me, is that this May 10 closes door on membership registration. Today is 8th of May. You have maybe till tomorrow you can still register, maybe even till sometime on Sunday, but the door closes on membership registration for all political parties. They have to submit a digital copy and print copy of their membership register to INEC latest by Sunday, which is May 10. That is significant because if you now want to fly or contest under any of these parties, your name has to be on the membership register of that party. You cannot be partyless, or you cannot, in fact, what that does is that you cannot even switch party after party primaries have been conducted, because you cannot belong to two parties at the same time. And the list that you have already submitted to INEC is the list that will be used to know which party you belong. And that's why in Section 77, subsection 2 of the Electoral 2026, it has gone beyond just being your membership registered. Yeah, it has to be digitalized. If you look at Section 77, sub 2 of the Electoral 2026, it says you have to submit your national identification number, NIN, your picture, your polling units, your ward, your state, your local government, all the details that will show this Gidi Ojo is not another Gidi Ojo, and this person is, this is his picture. Right. So there's no registration by proxy. There is no, double registration. So if you don't belong, and that's why Wamakide's faction may actually have been talking to APM people to see whether they can encourage their members to go register before Sunday so that they will be authentic member of APM, and then it will not be left for APM to grant them waivers, having just joined, to be able to participate in election. And that also brings us to another issue, the abuse of waivers. You have these people, look at NDC. NDC now has received massive registration in the last 1 week since Peter Obi joined. But NDC also is a party that is just barely 2 months old. But in every political party, they have a constitution which they have submitted to INEC. I don't know what's in the constitution of NDC as to how long you can be a member of the party before you can contest election and all of that. So if that is not a stringent condition for members of this new party, it then means that waivers have to be granted. So you join a party today, you become the presidential candidate the following week or the following day, you become the governorship candidate the following day. So these are just, and you will see a lot of placeholders. Well, people will just be there, they will submit a tentative list at the end of this month, and then you will now see people withdrawing from the race, and then some other people coming to be confirmed as party nominees. Right. Some in June, July. But it is what it is with our politics. So unfortunate.
Well, Mr. Ojo, you know these politicians so well. So yes, I take your word for it as we build up to this. We have about 60 seconds or less to close. 22 political parties. Well, some are described as major political parties. Which do you think is the most put together? If you were to list the most put together from the most put together to the least put together, at least the front runners, what would it be for you?
There's no two way about it, whether you are hesitating to mention or not. We know the most united, formidable political party today is the All Progressive Congress, which is the ruling party. And you see, this is why people are not mindful. All the governors that have defected from PDP and majorly PDP, since even when the ADC was unveiled, no governor, no sitting governor had ever sought shelter under the ADC. And that counts for something. It shows that after doing their own, I like what Governor Bala Mohammed said. When he defected last Saturday, he said, look, we have done our due diligence. We know that there is no legal virus in APN. That's why we decided to join APN. You will have expected that with the visit of Babaji Alawa to him earlier before P2B went the previous week, and incidentally, P2B that went to try and convince Bala Mohammed to come and join ADC. Himself was on his way out of ADC to NDC. But that is politicking for you. So for me, in the ranking order, APC is number one. Maybe NDC follows. Maybe ADC third. Maybe any other party. I mean, Labour Party is also gaining momentum. You can see Senator Yinaya Abaribe move from ABGA to ADC, and instead of joining P2B in NDC, he has decided to go back to Labour Party. I've seen a couple of defections to Labour Party, which means Labour Party is rebuilding, and it may actually spring surprise in 2027. All right. But I mean, all the other parties that are not having issues, I know that some of them are waiting to harvest from the fallout of party primaries of the big five. But be that as it may, we wait patiently to see how events unfold in the coming weeks.
Well, Mr. Jide Ojo has given you his ranking of the most put together party all the way down. Again, he has done this for decades. Mr. Jide Ojo, we have to thank you for your time and intervention on the program today, public affairs analyst. Always a pleasure to speak with you.
Always a pleasure, Kyle. Have a joyful weekend. Keep safe and stay blessed.
Well, amen to that. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we head over to River State. Stay with us.
Welcome back. It's still very much talking time for politics. Everywhere you turn, it appears a very vibrant political atmosphere with contentions, alignments, or realignments, depending on the characters and actors involved. And speaking of which, we're headed to River State now, where it appears as if there just may be an interesting turn of events. Remember all of the drama and the contention between former governor and current governor that brought us here. Well, it appears as if the governor has now entered the race, if there's anything to go by. APC stakeholders have secured expression of interest and nomination forms for the governor of Rivers State, Simlai Fubara. And of course, this took place last Friday, and they were led by a certain Mr. Awaji, Honorable Awaji Inombek Abiante, who is a member of the House of Representatives. And so let's find out what this means for the political dynamics for River State, especially, with what appears as if a now settled scheme of things between former governor of River State, Nyesom Wike, and the current governor. Is the former governor also sponsoring other candidates? Well, he has spoken to that during his most recent media chat, saying he hasn't supported any candidate. But let's have our guests, weigh in on this. And as we welcome Mr. Iponabo from River State. Yes, indeed. Mr. Iponabo Enko-Taria is a former special advisor to former governor Nyesom Wike, and joins us virtually on the program. Mr. Taria, good morning, sir, and welcome to the Morning Brief.
Good morning, Bokala and Kayode. Good morning, Nigerians.
Indeed. Now, some would say it's an interesting turn of events when we saw the purchase of expression of interest and nomination forms for the governor by some whom others would have considered actors in this political game loyal to former governor Nyesom Wike. What do you think has altered the scheme of things as far as politicking is concerned in River State?
I'm yet to fathom what you mean by altered, because I don't think at any point in time the governor of River State said he was going to abnegate his ambition to contest in the 2027 election. I don't think so. And given the organic support the governor has in River State, persons, even if the governor decides today to abnegate his ambition, there will be mounting pressure, serious pressure on him to contest.
Well,
because of what
Mr. Taria, the
yes.
premise of the question is, from the peace pacts that brought us here in the first place. Of course, it was spoken of in hushed tones. It wasn't documented this time around. The second intervention by Mr. President, where it was revealed behind closed doors that one of the conditions for the peace this time around was that the governor was not going to return for a second term. Of course, I'm sure that you're aware of that, even if you would not acknowledge it in your response, but would like to know what your response would be to that. And also, in addition to that, we know that federal legislators from River State had defected to the APC in what was perceived as a declaration of support for the former governor of the state. So that's the premise of the question.
Okay. Bokola, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you, sir, loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay,
I can hear you.
Yes. Like I said the governor himself has not come out. What you're saying, these are just snippets of information cobbled together. The governor has not come out to say. I'm not saying I'm not aware of the rumor, like you rightly said, but he has not come out to tell Rivers persons he's never going to contest. That's the point I was making. And again, even if the governor says he's not going to contest, there will be mounting pressure on him to contest. Like you saw, and you rightly said, expression of interest form was bought for him by stakeholders. And when you say most persons defected to the APC in support of the FCT minister, you mentioned yourself that Honorable Abiante was one of those who bought the forms expression of interest for the governor. He's a member of the House of Reps. So while the governor has his own supporters at the National Assembly, the FCT minister also has his own supporters at the National Assembly. So it won't be proper to say the National Assembly members defected to the APC because of the governor, because of the FCT minister. You also have members of the National Assembly who are also in support, strongly in support and loyal to the governor of Rivers State.
So here goes the question then. Who is able to deliver the most for the president in Rivers State? Because I think that is a very important part of this, on the one hand. And who is able to garner support for the governorship in that sense? What we saw the last time out was somehow the Rivers State people were able to vote differently for governorship and presidency, or the presidential election. So this time around, is that what we would have? Knowing fully well that the FCT minister, former governor, was very instrumental at that time. So who's going to deliver most for the president? Is it Governor Fubara or the FCT minister, who, by the way, says is not working with Governor Fubara this time around?
Yeah, that's a germane question. But I must tell you, Kayode, that in 2023, it was a different scenario. I don't know if you can hear me, please.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. In 2023, it was a different scenario in the sense that the power of incumbency came to play, where you have a sitting governor who ordered his supporters to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and also vote for Governor Sim Fubara. But you see, in this instance now, as we speak, both persons, even though at loggerheads, they are working for the same person and for the same purpose. So while those who are loyal to Governor Sim Fubara will still vote for the president, those who are loyal to the FCT minister will still vote for the president. So if in 2023, is it 2023, I think so, the president got maybe about, hypothetically, maybe about 5-6 million votes, for example, in 2023. Right now, he's going to maybe get about 8 million votes because there is no division in terms of the support for him and in terms of the loyalty. I can tell you that if you ask who will gather more support for this president, as we speak right now in Rivers State, I believe it is the governor of Rivers State because of the organic support he has. But that does not in any way vitiate the impact that the FCT minister will also make in terms of delivery of votes for the president of the country.
Can deliver. How in that sense? Because we know that the FCT minister...
Sorry, I didn't get the first part. I didn't get the first part of your question.
Yeah, I'm trying to reaffirm, or at least reiterate, not reaffirm, reiterate what you said, saying you think that the governor would deliver more than the FCT minister. And I wonder what has changed. The FCT minister, instrumental to bringing Governor Fubara to power. We all know that. It didn't have as much clout at that time. The FCT minister literally did the road work, the leg work, the handwork to get him into power. So how has he been able to transition to a type or similitude of the FCT minister who is able to pull that much weight?
Okay, the FCT minister, as at that time, like I said, we had the power. He had the power of incumbency. Don't forget, that is number one. And as at that time, the governor was relatively unknown. You're still talking. I don't know if you can hear me.
Listening to you.
I don't know if you can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. I'm not talking. I'm listening
thank
to you.
Oh, thank you. I saw your lips moving. Well,
that's AI.
The FCT, that's what I talked about the power of incumbency. You understand? And you know how Nigerians are naturally, how they ingratiate themselves with whoever is in power. That it is just natural in this country. But as at that time, the governor was relatively unknown. But now this is the governor of the state that is well known and well loved by his people. If today the governor decides to move to another political party, you'll be shocked at the schism in terms of who, as if the governor decides to move and decides to support another person, you'll be shocked at the level, the number of people that will move with the governor. But luckily, the governor is there and he has decided to deliver Rivers State to the president. And he's also fully in support of the president. And that's why I said this time around, if it was a little bit difficult in 2023, it's going to be an easy one. It just goes to victory. Because both factions, even though they have loggerheads, both factions are in support of one man. That is the truth about it.
Well, whether the governor can deliver or not, he faces, possible contention from the former governor who, although has said that he's not supported any candidate yet, and that, he's going to consult, and he has a rainbow coalition. I'd like you to speak to that rainbow coalition that is being touted, situated within the context of what is acceptable within rules of, politicking in political party structure. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, contrary to the position that he has put out, there are suggestions that he's supporting two candidates, one from the PDP and another from the APC. And I wonder if that has anything to do with this rainbow coalition that is being touted.
Okay, the governor is not pusillanimous. He's not cowardly. He's not afraid of any electoral contest. And I tell you this with all amount of certainty, with settled conviction. Because in Rivers State, as we speak today, this is a man that when we say organic support, let me tell you, some people refer to him as stingy governor. And most cases, when you have somebody referred to as stingy governor, definitely you're not going to even have the support because Nigerians believe in the stomach infrastructure. But notwithstanding that, those who even say the governor is a stingy governor is because probably they don't have personal access to him and are not benefiting from him as a human being. But because of what he has done in the state, because of what he has done, this is a governor that did not just concentrate on infrastructure. He also concentrated or is concentrating on human capital development. So even though you're not a major beneficiary in terms of your closeness to him, you're also going to find that let's look at the health sector. For example, let's look at the health sector. I might not go to the governor to get $1 billion because of my nexus, my relationship with him. But if the governor fixes the health sector, I'm also a beneficiary. And that is what the governor is doing. And it has trickled down. A lot of persons, those even the commoners, those at the bottom of the pecking order, have all loved him because what hitherto they did not enjoy is being given to them on a platter of gold. And that is the organic support I'm talking about. So, and some people said, why is the governor not campaigning? No, it's not that he's not campaigning. He knows any day he commences his campaign, I will tell you the truth, it's going to be like a magnificent thunderbolt that will lighten up everywhere. Channels will be there, and you'll be dazed. Because when you see the crowd, he doesn't mobilize. That is the truth about it. He doesn't come out to say, take this amount and go and do this, mobilize crowds for me. No. If the governor today gets up to say, I am going to a place, you'll see the large turnout of people in support. And at the end of the day, he's not the type that will tell you, how many people came here, give them X amount as an incentive so that tomorrow, wherever he's going to do. No, he will just speak, go do whatever brought him there, and leave. That is the organic support we are talking about. Because of his style of leadership, because he doesn't bloviate. He's not a governor that bloviates. He believes in actions, not the high blood pressure of the certain rhetorics and anemia of concrete performance. This man believes in action. His word speaks for him. And that is why I am telling you that the man is not afraid at all. If whoever is brought out to contest with him will be pipped at the polls. In terms of the rainbow coalition you're talking about, it is the right of anybody to form any coalition. But the efficacy of that coalition is what we should look at. It is the right. You can form a coalition even in your bedroom. Let that coalition field any candidate. And let that candidate get to the polls with the governor. And you will be shocked. You will be staggered by the result, the way that candidate will be flawed by the governor.
Well, I was hoping that you would speak to the propriety of a coalition, rainbow coalition, because what it means would then be that it could be from both political parties, that the former governor is supposedly working for. He's a minister in the APC cabinet, and he's also a PDP member. So I was hoping you would speak to the propriety of the Rainbow Coalition.
Bukola, I did. What you know, if you listen carefully to what I said it is the right. It is the right of anybody to form a coalition. You cannot deny anybody that right. So the FCT minister can form his own coalition. Like I said, it is the efficacy of it. Now you have the coalition from APC, you have that of PDP. Of course, like you know, he has his supporters in both parties. And so whether you like it or not, those supporters will be members of that coalition. But do they have the clout? Do they have that gravitas to hamstring the re-election of the governor? No, the coalition does not have that. That is the point I'm trying to make.
All right. What has changed? Because you are a former advisor to former Governor Nyesom Wike, and supposedly the House of Reps members who have led the charge to purchase the expression of interest and nomination forms for the governor were loyal, or maybe still loyal, to former Governor Nyesom Wike. So what has changed now with this groundswell of support that we're seeing for Governor Fubara? Is it because the governor now has the support of the All Progressives Congress and perhaps the support of the president to seek re-election?
Okay, the ground support is planned on, I think it's a referendum of the people's disapproval of a particular system of government and approval of another. You see, I don't intend to excoriate anybody. I don't intend to do that. But the truth is, when the FCT minister was the governor of River State, he was an imperial governor. You did not reason at tangents. You don't have question his actions, and so on. Even as FCT minister, you can see. Even Channels is even a victim. Just recently, I had a rebuttal. Channels is a victim. Threats, oh, I'll do this, I'll do that, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. And we had that for about 8 years. And secondly, the concentration was on infrastructure, building of bridges, building of that and this. No human capital development. For over 8 years, promotions were not made, and so on. Now, this man has come in, and while the human capital development, while the infrastructure development is going on, the human capital development is also taking place. And you can see human beings are relaxed. No threats of this, no threats of that. When the FCT was the governor, I can tell you that even former governors, he was threatening even former governors who were coming to the state to campaign or for one political reason or the other. But under this present dispensation, even the FCT comes to Port Harcourt. Everybody can get up tomorrow morning, get a place, rent a place, hire a place for his political reasons without any threat. And this is what Nigeria's persons appreciate. His style of governance, his paradigm, that is his modus operandi. That is what Rivers persons appreciate. And that is a love they have for him.
Indeed. And we hope that that love translates into votes in 2027.
It will translate, Bukola. I can assure you it will translate.
We wish whichever candidate is running all the best. So we hold no sides here.
No. Bukola, yeah. You cannot wish all the candidates all the best. You can wish only the governor all the best.
I can. From where I stand.
That's for the lighter
we do not support any candidates.
I know, I said that's for the lighter note.
Indeed. Mr. Opunabo Inko Taria is a former special advisor to Governor Wike and now, of course, evidently supporting Governor Fubara. Thank you so much for coming through on this conversation.
Thank you, Bukola, and thank you, Coyote.
We'll take a moment now. When we return, it will be time for another important conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For you, every day is day one. Day one for you to give 100. 100 on the track, on the road, at work, Because it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
The day begins with news gathering and research.
We need to confirm the story.
Directors. As well as policymakers.
From the business districts to the corporate, the policies, actions, and even inactions of both the fiscal and the monetary authorities make impact.
90% of Nigeria's economy is in the informal sector, just like this market. And take, for example, they're impacted by government policies like inflation rates, prices keep going up.
Well, trading is fast and mostly virtual. Get the top stories that set your investing agenda.
Beyond Africa, we got you covered. It's a full menu for you every weekday. Business Morning and Business Incorporated, only on Channels Television.
There's been a lot of talk about the quality of talent in Nigeria, Africa. So today we want to give you a very well curated conversation. So we'll begin to get a better understanding of all of that value chain, how much of value is right here in Africa, Nigeria, how to harness it, and what is being done to ensure that we always put the right foot forward all the time. We're joined on the program this morning by Hilda Kabushenga. She is a CEO of the African Talent Company, TATC, which is Jobman's parent company. She just is right here in our Lagos studio. Good morning, Hilda.
Good morning, Kayode. It's nice to be here.
It is good to have you. I know that you have a soft spot for Nigeria, Lagos. Well, you have a soft spot for everywhere in Africa that you work, but perhaps more for Lagos.
Yes, in many ways. This is a place I've lived longest as an adult. I lived here for 7 years. And every time I come here, I'm like, oh, wow, welcome home.
I love that.
That's nice.
I love that. Let's talk about the work that you do. As I said, there's been a lot of debate, a lot of controversy, a lot of talk around talent. Can you hire? Do we have the right kind of people to hire? But you've been doing some great work in that sector. So first, let's talk about, I like that you call it the African Talent Factory. So we get a sense that there is work being done. You know, factory, there's inbound logistics, there's production, there's outbound logistics, there's value addition, and all of that. So I want you to talk to us about where we're at right now in terms of unlocking Africa's talent dividend. Just where are we before we talk about how to move forward?
Okay. I think first of all is understanding what a talent dividend actually is, right? Because a talent dividend is this economic windfall that Africa as a continent would get if our young people can be productive. It means they're working, that work is leading to improved productivity, the economy is growing, right? Right now, we're not really capturing all that value. We're leaving it on the table. And it's a really important moment because this dividend is going to expire, right? It's not like we have an endless time. Right now, there's a gap of 15 million jobs we need to create every year for young people coming into the market. That's an entire generation of people who have talent and don't have opportunity. If we can't fix this in the next 10 years, this dividend is going to expire and it will become a crisis.
Ooh, so we have 10 years to make sure we fix this.
I think so, because it's compounding every year. It's not like the 15 million is only happening once. Every year, 15 million more young people come into the workplace. And right now, we're only creating about 3 million formal jobs. So imagine what this looks like 10 years from now, if the rate of productivity for young people has not improved.
So I'm glad that you've painted the picture. So we know that it's not doomsday in that sense, but if we don't fix this, then we'll have a big problem on our hands. So talk to us about this. Despite the millions of young people that we have in Africa, you said we need to create 15 million jobs. Looking at maybe 150 million.
Even more.
Give or take, right? But we have even more young people
coming up
in Africa. So what exactly is the issue between the disconnect between education, skills, and employment? And what are your plans to fix that? Recently, we had the debate around, I've been looking to hire people, but I can't hire people from Nigeria. I have to look outside. People are like, I am here, we are here.
Yeah,
So what exactly is that disconnect?
So I would say, first of all, people are there. The disconnect is, one, the signals that different parts of the market send each other, right? If you think about maybe what Jobberman or the African Talent Company does, we're intermediaries. There's employers on the one hand, and there's job seekers on the other hand. Job seekers don't always know where the opportunities are, and employers don't always know where the qualified people are, or even how to find them. So when somebody says that I can't find people, maybe they're right, but it's not because the talent doesn't exist. And even for a young person, it's tougher for them because many of them, we did some research that showed about 34% of young people in Nigeria saying, I actually don't have a clear pathway to find a job. I've got my qualifications, I don't have connections, I don't know how to use platforms.
34%.
Yeah, so there's this poor signaling in the market. And what the African Talent Company is doing across this is, one, we think about making the match. What does it mean to make a good employer match? It means, yes, the young person is in the right job, but also they get into their workplace, they add productivity, and that employer's business grows. Because if you're hired for 3 months and then you can't cut it, that's just a setback. It's not really growth. Then for employers, it's trust to know that we're building pipelines specifically for your sector. If you're in manufacturing, if you're in retail, the young person coming into your workplace is qualified, it's pre-vetted. So now we're improving the signaling from that perspective.
So I'm trying to understand you. On the one hand, you say 15 million job deficit, and we must fill it within the next 10 years, right? Then on the other hand, you say the job seekers don't know where to get the right jobs, and then the employers don't know where to get the ideal, people to fill the slot.
Yeah.
So this conversation around, of course, it stemmed from the boss of a leading unicorn in Nigeria who said he's finding it difficult to, fill competent people for some very critical job posts, and then got a lot of people talking. So is the conversation subjective rather than objective? Is it that we don't have the the jobs available at hand, or the employers are not looking in the right places and they're not offering the right sums for the right jobs?
So it's a multi-layered problem, right? So starting with I can't find enough 500 people. I've got 500 vacancies and I can't find the right people. That I think is subjective. And honestly, I think if this unicorn wanted to make a concerted effort to actually fill those 500 jobs with an entire network of people skilling tech in Nigeria, 3MTT, Propel, AltSchool, Jobberman, if they said, let's do a hackathon and find this talent, my belief is they would actually find the talent, right? So that's more subjective. They'll find the talent, and please, keep them for at least 12 months if the jobs are actually there. I think that's objective. But there's another layer, which is more structural, which is to say, even with there's the jobs, there's that connection piece, then there's the actual rate of job creation. And this comes from something that we call, let's call it inventory, liquidity, almost like a supermarket. If you think about big economies, a place that has maybe a Walmart or an Amazon, these guys are hiring 100, 200,000 people every year and churning them out. Think about the call center business, right? Somebody get into university as a call center agent and leave. So there's high turnover of inventory of jobs. In the African continent today, we don't have that yet. Somebody can be a receptionist as a full-time job for 15 years. You can work in a supermarket until you retire, right? If you're a warehouse worker, factory worker, you go. People are not turning over to say, actually, let me go be an entrepreneur, I've got some resources, let me do this. So because the turnover is slower, there's like a glut in the system. Young people keep coming in, but other people are not getting out to do other things that are productive in the economy, meaning that the sheer number of new jobs coming in, plus that glut in the middle, means that creates that 50 million gap. So one problem is more subjective, the connectivity, the signal is broken. The other is structural. There's not enough jobs because there's not enough inventory turnover.
And that leads me to the next question. From I'm glad, you have an aerial view perspective from your work at Tactic and Jobberman. What are the trends, of the leading job requirements across Africa, not just Nigeria now?
I'll say the one thing we see increasingly is this idea of a portfolio, a livelihood portfolio, right? Coming from the idea that, if there's not enough jobs, if my first job doesn't pay me enough, I still need to sustain myself, to grow, to keep on learning. So we find increasingly that a young person will have a full-time job, a gig, maybe even a business, some sort of partnership somewhere happening. And employers resisted this at first and are saying, oh, you have 2 jobs. But now they're a bit more accommodative because they realize everybody needs to grow. The second thing is this geographical unbundling of work, right? We keep saying somebody in Bauchi can work for a company in Berlin, and that's okay. You've got internet, the right skills, you can do that. So remote work and digital work is growing. I think in Africa today, over 70% of the gig workers are under 35. That means the youth are really capturing this opportunity. And the third is AI. Because AI has made a lot of simple technical skills like, commoditized, judgment is more important, the human touch you bring is more important, soft skills are more important, and this is happening across the continent.
I want to pitch a tent at the soft skills spot, but I also want to reiterate the point about turnover, because it just hit me. Is it that we like just to be safe, just do the same thing, don't rock the boat, don't try to be an entrepreneur because you probably come here and regret it. So is it like a cultural thing? Is it a structural thing? Is it a mindset thing? I just want to stretch that a little bit.
I think it's all of the above. One, I think that especially the older generations are a lot more risk averse because they've actually known what it means. They've known real hardship in terms of economic development, right? So I'll give it that way. But also there's something to be said about incentives, and I'm really not a policy or government person. But if you look at the larger economies, by the time you're 45 in America, you're better off going to start a small business because there's so much support for your small business, and you're like, I'm ready to be my own boss, I've learned enough. So people are being pushed out to become entrepreneurs. Germany is a country built on SMEs, entirely on SMEs, right? It makes more sense for you who has been in a bank until you're 40 to leave that bank and go. You have your pension secured, you've got
savings.
You can probably borrow against it to then start your business. There's lower interest. There's so many things that encourage people to leave the job market, and we're just not there yet. So you couple that with the fear, people are like, let me cling on to my receptionist job until I'm 60.
So the structural part of the problem, how do we solve it in Africa?
I think that's why it comes to this portfolio of jobs, right? So moving away from one form of job to one person, it's going to have to become, how does every young person earn a dignified living? It's going to be a combination of maybe you're a gig worker, maybe you actually do start a small business, right? We see a lot of this disaggregation of jobs into tasks. People are doing micro tasks, and all of us have to come together to make sure also the signals are coming in right. Right now, if you think about the global west, the global north, actually, let me call it that, their geographic, the aging in reverse from us. Right. What is the right term for it? Yeah. But you find countries where they actually have structural deficits in terms of the number of talent they can hire. We, as the continent, the youngest people, if we skill our people right, we can capture that. Places like Germany have skills gaps of 700,000 people in tech. What does it take for us to actually capture that? Are we teaching German in our schools? Do we understand what the most important signal is? As countries, are we branding? You look at the Philippines and India. Philippines has an entire project around work, bring us work, bring us work, bring us work. Whereas from our markets, it's mostly, tourism or other things or entertainment. You land at an airport, even just in Nairobi, and you're seeing safari everywhere. But if you land at Heathrow, you see Tech Nation. They try to attract tech talents, right? Small signals like that, I think there are things we can do.
Very, very important points you're dropping here today. And I must say, yes, they are aging. We are youngin in that sense.
Very high
exactly.
Speed as well.
So we have things going on well for us. We're able to harness it. So soft skills. I was going to come back to that because soft skills are always seen as soft skills. You really don't need them. Not a big deal. But it looks like soft skills are a big deal now. So how can you use soft skills to basically put yourself there, appear, and be that kind of person you want to be?
So first of all, one of my bosses 10, 15 years ago here in Nigeria told me soft skills are actually hard. You wake up assuming that everybody was taught timekeeping or communication or problem solving, but not necessarily. If you grew up in a rural place on a farm, for example, where things are a bit lax, you'd milk the cows and go to school, you're really smart, eventually get into university, you can actually get all the way to your first job without understanding that 8 o'clock means 8 o'clock. Somebody has to teach you that. So there's that assumption that because they're soft, because they're not technical, it means you can put them aside. No, they have to be taught. What does it mean to communicate properly with your employer, whether in conflict, whether to advocate for yourself for a promotion? What does it mean to have problem-solving skills or to be adaptable, to be resilient? We call them soft, but they're actually hard. The difference between them and technical skills, that technical skills have an expiry date in the sense that, right now we're all trying to learn AI. Whatever we learned in university
it's expired,
it's expired, right?
Yeah.
Soft skills actually compound with experience, and employers know this. So they want to know, if I'm hiring you, can I trust you with a client? Can I trust you when you're having a bad day? Can I trust you to communicate when things are going wrong? If it's a problem and I'm not around, how are you going to solve it? So as a young person, as anybody really, it makes sense to invest in these, to get feedback, to get coaching, to even sign up for a program. I think the Job and Soft Skills program is one of the largest in the country now. We've trained over 3 million young people, and most of them report an increase in income after that. Not even because we've trained them in technical skills, other people do that really well, but because soft skills how to show you how to show up consistently for your employer and for yourself.
So let's find out how our soft skills are making us soft, or if you like, sensitive. That brings us to the matter of inclusion. Our women and persons with disability, how well are we accommodating them into the workspace, either in the public and private sector? And beyond that, how are we ensuring that, the workspace is comfortable for them?
So one, I'd say soft skills don't make us maybe soft or sensitive, but they make us aware, and awareness is always a good thing, right? The more awareness you can bring to any situation, the better, including topics of inclusion. We all know there's been so much research about it. If women are sidelined, that's GDP, just being left behind. And you ask the question, what does a dignified job look like for a woman? Because I've got so many things I'm balancing. You've got your children sometimes, you've got your parents, you've got the caregiving role. How can a workplace be more accommodating? Some of the things we do with our trainings, for example, and out of the 3 million I mentioned, 70% of these are women, is when we have women-only trainings, we have caregiving facilities. You can bring your child. We'll take care of them. When we're working with persons with disabilities or even internally displaced persons, we create special spaces for them to say, this career fair is only for employers who are open to hiring persons with disabilities, and only persons with disabilities are going to be let in as candidates. It's a space where there's not a competition. Present yourself the best way you can. We try to make sure our platform is accessible in very many ways, even our physical space is accessible. And for internally displaced persons as well, most of them are super brilliant. They had full productive lives before they were displaced, and it's really an untapped opportunity. The big thing here has to be intentionality. If you say you're building a program where you're focusing on the average, already the average is a young male who's urbanized and has a smartphone, maybe, when they say program for the average. So you have to be intentional about finding the demographics that could typically be left behind, even though they have a lot to offer.
I'm tempted to ask, make this personal, because you've risen. McKinsey, CEO Jobberman, where you are right now, and you still have a way to, spend time with family, with your dog, Disney.
Yeah, thank you for knowing my dog. What?
Hello to Disney.
Yeah.
So what are the things that must be put in place practically now? What are the things you saw or that you experienced that helped you? I think these things must be there to help women rise to their full potential.
I think the first conversation, I always say this, is a conversation that a woman has to have with themselves. What do I want, and how am I going to structure my life to meet it? It's okay to want to be primarily a stay-at-home mom. That's also a lot of work. Most of us can't do it. Run away from our children. It's also okay to say, I'm looking for a certain balance. That means for the first 10 years of my career, I'm going to give up certain opportunities, and then later on I'll speed up. It's okay to look for a balance in between. The most important thing is don't lie to yourself, because if you lie to yourself, you put yourself in spaces where you're losing, right? And I think that's something I had to figure out along the way. Am I winning here? Am I losing? When I left consulting, everybody was surprised because I came back from maternity leave. I stuck around for 5 months. I had a good review and everything, but I was like, guys, I'm out of here. I don't feel like I'm winning anymore.
So you have to be able to sit down and tell yourself the truth.
Yes. And
what works?
What works. And I actually didn't have a job. I was unemployed. I did some consulting on the side, but I was unemployed for 6 months until the job came along. And then I spoke to my hiring manager at the time and said, hey, my son is 1 year old. It's important for me to be here right now. I don't want to work on Fridays. Let's see how this goes, but I don't spend Fridays with him. I'll just spend the last 6 months with him. I'm getting back into work. I don't want a similar intensity to what I had before. Let's see if it's going to work for me. And the more you can do that, which is why soft skills is important, because you have to communicate, while also showing up. Because if you're now having this conversation with an employer and they're going to bat for you, it means you also have to go in there and do your best. You can't let down the people who are advocating for you. Yeah.
So as we wind down now, let's talk about policies that the government must implement, to ensure that all of these considerations that we've looked at, they're harmonized with, the work conditions of the private sector such that we can have a smooth sail?
You know, I always struggle to talk about policy because for the young person getting into the workforce, they need support today, and policy might take a longer time. But when I look at the one thing that could make a change right now, and it's not just governments, it has to be a combination of government and private sector actors and other people, is to figure out how to make labor market data more of a public good, more transparent, more accessible. Where are the jobs? You know, Jobberman has probably the largest number of lists in the country, but then we only have about 33% of the jobs that are online or even offline. We find jobs in other spaces, including written in chalk on a wall.
On the walls,
you've seen that,
I see
right?
that a lot.
Yeah. And people get those jobs and they earn decent livings, right? So how could you make all this labor market information a lot more visible and present for every actor to use? Because you think about the actors in this ecosystem, there's the skilling people doing hard skills, there's the soft skills, there's the intermediaries like a Jobberman, there's government, who's actually the largest hirer, but also policymaker, there's multilaterals who are funding all of this. But the data is so segmented that it's hard to program or create solutions that are going to be effective.
Hilda, this has been one productive conversation. Your
Absolutely.
soft skills have come through so well. And by the way, those who are looking for 500 jobs, they should come to Jobberman.
Yeah, seriously, challenge. It won't even just be me because I will rally the whole ecosystem. There is so much tech talent in Nigeria that if those 500 jobs are actually live and active and
you can
real,
help them fill it.
Yes, we'll do a massive hackathon. We'll find the best of the best of the best.
So this is present to speak to Hilda Kabushenga, CEO of the African Talent Company, TATC. That's Jobberman's parent company, joining us on the program. Thank you, Hilda.
Thank you.
And regards to Disney and the children.
Yeah, the children. Thank you. I feel so seen.
So just before we go, let's walk you through some of the big stories you need to pay attention to. Well, hashtag hantavirus. Yes, where did that come from? Well, here we are again. But the WHO has been speaking, and we have a message for you from the WHO. Yes, 5 cases have been confirmed, 3 suspected cases led to death, and we understand it has been contained. But here's the WHO head speaking about this yesterday. Take a listen.
Including 3 deaths. 5 of the 8 cases have been confirmed as hantavirus, and the other 3 are suspected. Hantaviruses are a group of viruses carried by rodents that can cause severe disease in humans. People are usually infected through contact with infected rodents or their urine, droppings, or saliva. In previous outbreaks of Andes virus, transmission between people has been associated with close and prolonged contact, particularly among household members, intimate partners, and people providing medical care.
This is not coronavirus. This is a very different virus. We know this virus. Hantaviruses have been around for quite a while, but I want to be unequivocal here. This is not SARS-CoV-2. This is not the start of a COVID pandemic. This is an outbreak that we see on a ship. There's a confined area. We have 5 confirmed cases so far. We completely understand why these questions are coming, and we are trying to provide all of the information that we can.
8 cases have been reported, including...
Well, what a relief that has been contained, and we hope it stays that way. We have time for just one more, and this is an interesting one. We have a video of a billionaire oil magnate Femi Otedola enjoying a sunny afternoon on Thursday on the streets of Paris. And guess what? He was riding a bicycle. And there you have him there. A colorful bicycle, if you ask me. I don't mind owning one like that, but if you fell into the category of that Hilda spoke about earlier on, you resigned on time and became an entrepreneur, this may just be you on the streets of Toulouse riding a bicycle.
Yeah, this is not the first time. The last time was in Singapore, this time in France. And it looks like he has just found that formula. People may jab at him and say, you should be doing this in Nigeria. Maybe, absolutely, but he's just living his life. Yeah, absolutely. So if you have a bicycle, riding in Lagos if you want to, wherever you choose to. It's a weekend, so find some time to relax and spend great time, valuable time with family. We'll try that as well. I'm Karadoki Kulu.
And be good or stay with Channels Television while you're at it. Sunrise Daily is up next. I am Bukola Koka.
lawmakers within our national and state assemblies are the voice of the people.
Know what's happening across Nigeria's various regions on Channels Television's Newsroom series. Every Monday, we bring you stories from the Southwest. And on Tuesday, the Northwest is our focus. We're in the South-South for midweek reports on Wednesday. And later in the week, the North Central takes center stage. The Southeast gets the spotlight on Fridays. And we close out the week with the Northeast on Saturday. Watch Newsroom series, 3 p.m., Monday to Saturday, only on Channels Television.
And I wanted to start this very excited, but Yet again, another black spot on our nation's conscience because tragedy struck again in Plateau State. A suspected gunman reportedly killed no fewer than 13 persons in a fresh attack on Ngabra Zongo community in Kwal local district of Basa local government area of Plateau State. The incident, which occurred in the early hours of Friday, threw the community into panic, leaving several residents with varying degrees of injuries. A resident, Mr. Philip Alanga, told journalists in Just that the attackers invaded their community at about midnight, opening fire indiscriminately before attacking residents with machete and other dangerous weapons. According to him, the assailants moved from house to house, targeting innocent residents and leaving a trail of death and destruction. It's just a sad one. You remember the president that actually visited Plateau State. That visit is stopped by at the airport to speak to the people, console them, made promises, gave reassurances, asked for a meeting in Abuja. It actually held that meeting in Abuja where he told them, don't allow your state to be a playing field for these enemies of the state. But barely weeks after that, there is yet another killing on the Plateau. Our thoughts and our prayers are with the families of those that have been affected by this. But we're actually very, very exhausted as a people and tired as a country of commiserating and condemning and sharing commiserations. We hope that someday we're going to look back to today and say there was a time every other day there were incidents of death. We hope this is going to be over someday. Now let's talk about what played out in court today, where Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court Abuja has again adjourned indefinitely a suit filed by the chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, Nafiu Bala Gombe, following a request by the plaintiff seeking the transfer of the case to another judge. Justice Nwite adjourned the matter sine die after parties clashed over a letter written by the plaintiff to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court seeking a reassignment of the suit. At Friday's proceedings, counsel for the plaintiff, Luka Haruna, informed the court that the Apex Court had on April the 30th delivered judgment in the interlocutory appeal. Ms. Haruna said the Supreme Court dismissed the appeal for lacking in merit and also set aside the Court of Appeal's order staying proceedings in the substantive suit. The lawyer, however, disclosed that the plaintiff had, through a letter dated May the 4th, 2026, applied to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court for the transfer of the case to another judge. The request immediately drew strong opposition from the defense team, which accused the plaintiff of attempting to frustrate the accelerated hearing earlier ordered by the Court of Appeal and upheld by the Supreme Court. The matter was therefore adjourned indefinitely. So this is actually the second time. The first time was the day the matter was to be heard, there were issues to be heard at the Supreme Court. So it needed that to be cleared. We're going to come back to that in just a moment. Now, the African Democratic Congress, the party involved in this, the one led by David Mark, has questioned the move by lawyers to Nafiu Bala Gombe seeking the reassignment and transfer of his suit against David Mark-led National Working Committee. In a statement signed on Friday by the National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, the party said it was curious, if not outright laughable, that a plaintiff who claims to want justice is now running away from the speedy hearing of his own case. The party said a letter written by Nafiu Bala seeking a reassignment to reassign the matter to another judge is part of an attempt to manipulate the judiciary and confirms the party's fears that agents of ruling party are making efforts to get a case assigned to one of their preferred judges. Those were their words, not mine. So, today on the program, two broad conversations, and it has to do with this ADC matter, as well as the legalese around political litigation. The level of political litigation in Nigeria is mind-blowing. In fact, there are persons you can refer to prolific political litigators. We're going to explore that with a lawyer and a politician. Later on, I'll have the president of the TUC join us again because the NNPCL has actually signed a memorandum of understanding with a Chinese firm, two Chinese firms actually, to see how they can revamp the Port Harcourt and Warri refinery. Remember, we had spent over $2 billion or so, but trillions of naira, and that refinery stopped working after all of the shouting and the noise last year. So are we going to go that path again? Those are the two broad conversations. But we'll bring you our political roundup stories, and I'll bring you my guest.
Justice Mohammed Garba Umar of the Federal High Court Abuja has dismissed the no-case submission made by social activist Mr. Omoyele Sowore in the case of alleged cyberbullying of President Bola Tinubu brought against him by the Department of State Services. The judge held that Mr. Sowore has a case to answer by providing explanations to some issues raised by the prosecution, as a prima facie case has been established by the prosecution. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has challenged a suit filed by lawyer John Mary Jidobi seeking to restrain him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. Jonathan, through his lawyer Chris Uche SAN, told Justice Peter Alifu of the Federal High Court Abuja shortly after the matter was called for hearing that a letter of conditional appearance, a notice of preliminary objection, a counter affidavit, and a written address have been filed on May the 5th, praying the court to dismiss the case. A political movement under the auspices of First Yobe State Movement has accused the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Yobe State, Mr. Mohammed Gadaka, of bias in managing the affairs of the party. The president of the movement, Lawan Ibrahim, stated this during a media briefing in Damaturu, the state capital. Mr. Ibrahim is calling for the resignation of Mr. Gadaka from his position. A congress of emerging APC leaders in Oyo State have condemned what they describe as imposition of candidates through consensus, noting that a level playing field should be provided for all to thrive and leave members to decide their candidates through a party primary. Rising from a congress of the emerging leaders drawn from various blocks in Ibadan, the Oyo state capital, the group is appealing to the national leadership of the party to avoid imposition that may lead to mass defection of key members of the party. The Imole Campaign Council of Governor Ademola Adeleke has shown displeasure over what it called a coordinated destruction of his billboards across major towns in Osun State by suspected thugs. A statement by the chairman media committee of the campaign, Honorable Bamidele Salami, condemned the unprovoked attacks which happened across Osogbo, Iwo, Ilesha, Ile-Ife, and other parts of the state. He described the incidents as criminal and an attempt to plunge the state campaign into chaos, calling on security agencies to fish out the culprits.
Welcome back. I'll do my very best to sequence the issues around the political parties. Let me start with the ADC, which had a case today, and the case was adjourned indefinitely by the judge because Nafiu Balagombe is seeking a reassignment of the case. And we're going to talk about the PDP as well, but the ADC is in focus. So just as a refresher, when the incident occurred where they were disputing over leadership, so July the 29th, the leadership was handed over to David Mark, Aregbeshola, and the rest of them to lead by Raf Nwosu. Now, look at the date all the way to somewhere around September the 2nd. This is 2025. And Nafiu Gombe approached the court and said, look, I was a national vice chairman. I was not part of those who resigned. So naturally, I should inherit the position of chairman of the party. And he filed a case on 2nd of September. And then on the 4th of September, the judge actually asked for, there were some injunctive reliefs being sought, one of which was an interlocutory injunction, asking him, the judge was asking ADC leadership by David Mark to come and show cause why you should not grant those injunctive relief. Well, David Mark believed that the court doesn't have a right to even entertain issues or political parties because they are not justiciable according to the Supreme Court. That ended up at the Court of Appeal. And then from the Court of Appeal, it ended up at the Supreme Court. Because at the Court of Appeal, the justices dismissed the appeal, but gave 3 orders, consequential orders of court. One of which was, let the case be heard, accelerated hearing. Second, status quo antebellum must be maintained. And then there was a cost awarded. Now that ended up at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, okay, whatever was said, it's not important. The most important thing is that go back to the trial court, go and show cause why this case, why the judge should not grant the interlocutory appeal applied for by Nafiu Gombe. Now, we're here. On Friday, this case was supposed to be heard as expounded by both courts, the higher courts. Nafiu says he wants another judge to preside over the case, and that caused a lot of problem. That's what we're discussing today. I tried to summarize this as quickly as possible, but the lawyer is here to break it down for us. First, we're joined on the program virtually by the ADC chieftain, Mr. Ladan Salihu. Mr. Salihu, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for having me.
Absolutely. And we have in the studios right here, Nibe Efyong, lawyer and rights activist. Thank you for coming on the program as well.
Thank you.
So let me start with the politician before I come to you, because they are the ones in the eye of the storm. Mr. Saliu, how does this news come to you? Because I'm counting down. Today is the 8th of May. 2 days from now, the window to submit everybody in terms of their political party register, digital and physical, for those who haven't submitted, will be closed. But your party has fixed primaries and all of these things. But how does this impact the preparation of your party, given that leadership is still in dispute?
Well, thank you very much, Geoffrey, for having me. Let me first of all tell you that, and our viewers, that, look, the ADC has no issues. We are on cruise control. Why? Because there is nothing under the Nigerian legal framework that bars the ADC from, functioning as a political party under the leadership of David Mark. And all party structures, all issues that are, connected with the leadership of the party are, as far as our leadership is concerned, as far as our own party members are concerned, as far as, the Nigerian law, the constitution of the